Hello. Yes, it's Halloween. If you're wondering why I look like this. Hi there. I think people will be showing up soon, but let me check. I've got the right link. Yeah. So I'm going to start letting people in. Hi there. I see you're connecting to audio, so you probably can't hear me yet. Let's see. Hi, can you hear me? Nope. Let me know if you can hear me by speaking, but yeah, I see that it's having, I think I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you moving around. Hi, can you say something?
Hi.
Hi. No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure that you could hear me.
Yep, I can. Thank you.
All right. So this weird getup is in honor of Halloween. I just finished teaching another class where definitely the thing to do was to dress up. So I don't normally look this way, but yeah, I hope you like my little dragon. Hi, I'm Deanna. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
And who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to change my,
Yeah, or I can change it for you if you have.
I just pressed the, let's see, what is it? It's the rename button.
You are an iPad, right? From what it says here. So yeah, the rename button.
Okay, there we go. I'm Diane.
Oh,
Hi.
you're Diane. Hi.
Yeah, I've been in your class before, so it's a delight to see you.
I've seen you. I've seen your name in a few of my classes, and I haven't actually met you for a while. So nice to see you.
Yes, I was in a class or two of yours out at the Wake Center pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID, right? So you actually know that this is not how I normally look.
Yes, the lighting on my screen wasn't cooperating, and at first I didn't recognize you, and I thought, oh, someone's substituting.
I'm in the wrong class. Yeah, no, it's just
well, maybe one of her kids is substituting or something.
This is my getup. This is my Halloween. Hi, Matt. Well, nice to meet you. You look great. Yeah. Thank you. Normally, I actually meet people with my normal hair. People know me from other classes. This is the first time that I'm starting a class the first day, and it's the Halloween getup. So,
well, how fun!
Get to see me this way. So, so nice to see you, Diane. Can I actually ask you to add also your last name, and same you with Matt? Go ahead and add your last name so that later for attendance purposes, I can count you. Yes. I know who you are, but the roster needs to see your last name, and the roster comes automatic out of the. There you go. Out of things. So there you go. Perfect.
Diana, I just have the quickest question.
Mm-hmm.
Does the iPad work well enough for this class?
Yes and no. Okay. Let me explain, because I just taught a whole morning class where someone was in an iPad as well. Photoshop, Illustrator, all these applications have a version of themselves now on the iPad, and they're pretty good.
Okay.
They're definitely not completely as in-depth. They can't be as what we use here in the desktop. But the main thing is that they're quite different than what I show. So I have, I actually was given, believe it or not, over the summer, an iPad that I can use to teach, but I have not, I've discovered it's a pretty oldish one. I have not installed Photoshop nor Illustrator because I just taught the Illustrator class. I just finished teaching it, and I had the same question. I haven't installed them yet. So I personally don't have yet knowledge of how to use those applications on the iPad. I will do my best to install those applications and use them this week so that if you're using your iPad, I can give you some support. But 99% of the class, I'll be sharing the actual computer Photoshop. What I can do, there's two options though.
Well, I want to add one more thing that is pertinent. I just
Yeah.
got a iMac, or not an iMac,
Oh,
what do you call it? A laptop.
a laptop. Oh,
Yeah,
perfect then.
yeah, it's a MacBook. So
Okay.
have
So
not,
then
have,
actually that's the best solution because your iPad, you can connect to Zoom like this and watch me and see what I'm doing. And then on the iMac, or
Mhm.
you said iMac and I repeated that, but on your laptop, you
Mhm.
can then use your laptop to do the work. Now, the question then becomes, do you have the applications or do you use the school applications or do you purchase the applications? So I'm going to go through that right now. That's actually part of the conversation I want to have. So I'll go ahead and let you know. But I have a question here. I'm looking for you and in my roster. And I'm not seeing you. So I'm wondering if I have the wrong roster. I had some issues with my
well, I signed up this morning, so I don't know.
oh, that's why. But how did you get the email? Is it that I just email it to you or did someone give
You
it to
emailed
you?
it to me.
So you emailed me under what name? I mean, let me see.
I got it through my Gmail. I didn't get it. I didn't go on
Yeah,
file,
because
so
I emailed people who had signed up at the last minute. I just emailed Matt too. I just gave you the email, but I don't see your name anywhere, meaning on my emails. So I'm wondering, let me just check the roster because I need to be able to put here in the roster. So let me just check because I might, since I've been teaching all morning, my roster might be old and I might not have you on it yet. So let me refresh my roster for a second. Go
Okay.
over to class management, check check my rosters, and here we go. Oh yeah, I'm up to 24, which means the class is actually now full. And your last name here, it says Hopmans, and let
Correct.
me look, there it is, Diane Hopmans. So you're on the roster. I just didn't have you yet.
Okay, perfect.
So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to download the new roster, and then now I'll have your information. But I'm wondering who else, because the last time I put a roster and I had 2 people, and now are there 3 more people? I'm stopping because now that I see 24 people, that's actually, for better or for worse, that means that there might some other people. I have to compare my roster, so give me a second here. Ed, Saul, oh, Saul is in the class. And I didn't send him the link. Bean, Capello, Carranza, Caswell, Dietrich, Douglas, Finlay, Gershow, Robert, Headley, Hopmans, there's you, that's where you would go. So I'm gonna make a space in the roster here, insert. Leon, Kefeber, Kennan, Lau, Martinez, Molnar, Prophet, Troy, Walsh, and Words. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that everyone got the link to join us today. Now, Matt, I know that you don't appear because your application has not yet gone through.
Yeah,
But you'll get that taken care of, I guess.
I will.
And meanwhile, that makes it 24, but I'm missing one person because it says 24. Oh, Saud. So let me add him here. Sorry, I'm taking this time to do that because here I had a class that didn't have enough people and suddenly I have a full class. And so people who I've said, oh yeah, just send this in and sign up, they're going to be not able to sign up because they're going to be told that there's no space. So I need to see whoever doesn't show up today and do some drops. So Matt, even if you try to register right now, since it says 24, they probably won't let you in. So at first, at the end of class, I'm gonna, or maybe during break, I'll go and I'll drop. Like I know Ed told me he can't make it. He was just in my morning class. If I drop Ed, then there's a spot for you. You know what I mean? And I think someone else just emailed me. I just finished teaching and I got an email from someone else who said, I'm so sorry, I can't make it. Who was it? Tadia. So Tadia can't make it, for example, so I'll go and drop her. Okay, so I have to do that, but for now, I'm not going to do that right now, but just so you know, hang in there. I'll drop some people who aren't showing up and then you'll be able to sign up, okay?
Great.
In fact, you know what? Since I'm looking at the roster right now, I can immediately drop Ed because he just told me 5 minutes ago that he's not going to come. So let me drop him immediately. There we go. So that one is a for sure someone who's not coming. So there you go. Now, for sure, you have one spot. It now is down to 23. So at least that's happening. Okay. All right. So let me quit Safari and let me go ahead and deal with this. I've got, yeah, I'm going to put Hopkins here. Diane, right? Is that how you pronounce it? All right. So now I can't hear you because you're muted. So I know you're probably trying to say something, but I can see your mouth moving, but not hear you. So can you unmute
Yeah.
yourself? There you go.
I did get a MacBook laptop, but I have not set it up yet. So I couldn't start using it today. I haven't done all the setup part of it yet.
That's fine. Go ahead and don't worry about that. As long as you have it, I'm going to show you now how to. So yay, you have a new baby in town.
Yes.
You know? So that's nice to have a brand new computer. What I'm going to tell you is that you're going to have two choices then how to join the class. You can either purchase the applications, and I'm going to show you how to do that. The cheapest way, which is actually incredibly cheap in comparison to what it could be, you can purchase it for let me show you here right now. I'm going to share my screen. Share my screen for a second. So once you set yourself up, you have two choices. You can join the class by purchasing for a really, really low student price, which is $40 for 6 months or $80 for a whole year. If you go to collegebuys.com, so not .com, .org, collegebuys.org. So if you click on collegebuys.org, I'm going to put it here in the chat. I don't know if you get to see the chat. There we go. If you click on that link that I just put in the chat, it'll take you to this page. And in this page, it's only for California community colleges. And they have, for students, a really cheap price. So you would have to go down here and click and say that you're a student. And when you click on that, it will, hold on, I just shared a different screen, I got confusing. It'll allow you to buy the Adobe Creative Cloud for, as it says here, either $40 for, and so we'll go over here and say order now, but it's going to give you other choices. It's going to give you either $40 for 6 months or $80 for a whole year. And over here, it'll ask you to see if your school qualifies, which it does. So go and, choose Santa Barbara City College. So here's the gist, the thing though, that to buy it, you have to have an EDU, a school email address, which you do have. So if you choose to do this, and you can install the applications, which since you have a new computer and your computer, it will fine. Say that you decide to go for the annual license, you click on this one. When you buy it, over here, you have to choose again which one you want. So I'll say 12 months or 6 months, whichever. Then here you will say, I will provide an EDU email on my account. That EDU email is made up of your pipeline username. So I'm going to go ahead and do you know your pipeline username?
I think so. I think it's just my first initial and my last name.
It pretty much is. Let me, because you're not, I just downloaded your name on the roster, so I need to open your roster information. I can tell you hi, Krista. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
let me, hold on, I'm helping here. Diane. Okay, your username is D Hopmans, so it's pretty simple. It's the same as, it's just your initial and your last name. But do you know your password? Because in order to be able to access the class files and the class assignments and the class handouts and recordings, you're going to need to have it, your password, and have it set up.
Don't
It's-
know it. Is it, so my full email is at pipeline.edu, is that?
Yeah,
is-
yeah, it'll be dhopmans@pipeline.sbcc.edu. That's
Okay.
your full email address. So let me catch up Krista here because I'm not sure, so that I don't have to repeat this information. Hi, Krista.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I know you're seeing a weird little, green haired person. But it's
It's
me.
okay. I understand it's a holiday.
Yeah, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. You'll soon find out that I would love to have this hair, but oh well. So what I was talking to Diane about is whether she has the applications or not. She has a new computer. She needs to install them. So I'm about to talk about the 2 ways you can get the applications for Get to This class. But let me ask you so that I can talk to you guys all the same way. Do you have the Creative Cloud or nothing? Not at all.
I don't have that at all. So I was,
Okay.
when I read your email, I was hoping to access the
Using it as
Photoshop system through the VDI.
VDI, exactly, perfect. Have you done VDI before?
No,
Okay,
but I know my
okay.
password and I know how to get in. I just need to know where to go.
Okay, so that's fine. So basically, there's 2 options I was telling Diane. One is to go over here and buy it, which is what I was just showing her. So I put in the chat in case you need to click on this link, which is basically collegebuys.edu. It takes you here. You buy it for either $80 a year. Normally, it's like $50, $55 a year if you're not a student, or $20 a year if you're a student through Adobe. But here it turns out to be $80 a year or $40 for half a year. Okay. But you need to sign up, is what I was saying, with your school email address. Okay. Which in this case is whatever your username is plus pipeline.sbcc.edu. Now, and this is the important thing. They're going to email you after you pay and do your part. They're going to email your Pipeline account because you're giving them your Pipeline email, right? Your school email. So you need to go into your Pipeline account to get the instructions of how to download the programs and install them. Okay. So once you do that, you then need to set it up. It'll ask you to install and it'll ask you to create your account. And this is a very important piece. So write this down. They're going to ask you if this is a personal account or if I wrote it wrong. I'm writing in the chat to make sure that you get it, but I typed it wrong. Personal account. I still didn't write personal right, but anyway, that should say personal. Or if it's a school account, and you might be confused because you're buying it with the school email address, you might write school account. It is not a school account. You're using the fact that you're a student and they're proving that you're a student with your email, but it is a personal account. So do not put in a school account, tell it it's a personal account, and then everything should be easy with the installation, and then you'll use it, and that's it. It's your application. If you say it's a school account, it becomes crazy because they're going to go, well, you need to talk to the school administrators because only like faculty can get a school account and that kind of thing. So use that. That's the key for if you're going to purchase it. Now,
If I don't want to purchase it, what's the other option?
so that I was just talking to Diane, who was thinking
Okay.
about that. Plan B, and now this is for Krista, who wants to use VDI, or Diane, if you choose to use VDI. What we need to do is we need to go to VDI, and I'm going to show you that in a little bit more. But basically, through what VDI is you're going to go to a web page here on, hold on, because people are arriving. You're going to go to a web page online, and you're going to sign in, and you're going to go to school. And when you go to through schools computers, you're going to be able to use the applications through the school computers. I'm going to stop my share for a minute because I left my account connected from the other class, and I need to fix that. So Krista and Diane and anyone who needs the VDI, I'm going to wait till a couple more people show up in the second tier, and then I'm going to show you all how to access VDI. So at least for
Okay.
today, you can use VDI, but I
Mhm.
need to do that to everyone at the same time. Okay.
Okay.
And people are beginning to sign in, so they're popping in right now. So
Can I
I'm
give a-
letting them in. And someone just signed in, and your video is not on, and it says AT on your name. Who can that be? Can you please tell me who you are? Whoever shows up as EAT, your sound is on, but your video is off. Can you speak up or write in the chat, please, to find out who you are? Unless it's someone's second screen. So basically, if you're not Linda, Matthew, Krista, or Diane, so if I didn't
Mhm.
say your name, then that other person whose name I did not mention, who are you? Okay, AT said my video is working. We're only seeing a black box. Oh, you're Ann Troy. Okay, good. Let me rename you as Ann. As Ann Troy. There we go, Ann Troy. And I need that for roster purposes. I need to know who's present, and that's why, there we go. So now, and your video might look like it's working to you because you see me, but it's not working for us. We're just seeing a box. But I do see that you have it open and your sound is open. Like I see that you have it like it should be working, but maybe you have something in the way of the camera. Maybe it's covered. Maybe your camera has to be reconnected. You can go over to where it says video, stop the video and start it again, or go to the little camera, little icon, like a little carrot, a little arrow next to the stop video, and maybe choose a different webcam. Maybe you need a webcam instead of the computer camera, something. But that said, if you don't need to show your camera, that's fine. I'm not necessarily needing you to show your camera, just that it was on, but it wasn't showing. So something wasn't working there. All right. So hi, Linda, and hi, Anne, who joined us while I was talking. Linda, I know your circumstances, so you can just hang for a bit. She's on VDI, but oh, you block your camera. So there you go. I was right. Your camera was on, but I couldn't see you. So that's why I couldn't see you. All right. So I already asked Linda, Krista, and Diane. Matt, you have your own app. You have your cloud subscription, don't you?
I
Or
do.
you do?
Yeah,
So
I do. You know, I'm paying full. I was going to ask you a question really quick, and I know this is busy hour for you,
No,
but I've been
it's okay.
paying the regular full pop for a couple of years now.
Wow.
But I'd like certainly to get the discount, but it seems to me it might be kind of a trick to go from already paying and already having an existing subscription just to make the switch. But maybe
Yes, well, yes and no. Here's the thing. The price for not student regular Adobe subscription is like $55 a month. And as a student, it would be $19.99 a month. So at the very least, if you don't want to go with this route, at the very least, you should go to Adobe and tell them you're a student and switch from the $55 a month to the $19.99 a month, because you are a student and you can prove it and you can show your student account.
yeah.
Right. So that should be easy to do. You just sign up to contact Adobe support and tell them to do that. It might be a little bit more complicated though, to have them change that account. You would have to kind of like close that account and then sign into this other one. Some people have done it successfully, but you need to talk to the tech support or you can get messed up and then it won't work for a while.
I'll do that. That's a good suggestion. I'll talk to tech support
Okay.
because I figured doing it on my own,
Yeah.
college
But
wise, could be problematic.
Yeah, if you talk to Adobe and tell them about the College Buys connection, they're like, oh, you got to talk to College Buys people. If you
Yeah.
talk to College Buys people at the Adobe, they go, oh, you need to talk to Adobe. They don't talk. So
Yeah.
yes, you can go from 55 to $19.99 a month, but then what does it take to close out that account and set up the other one? I'll let you figure it out and tell me how it works if you're going to try that.
Because I have Illustrator and all that as well too. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
So, all right. So Anne, how about you? Do you have access to the Creative Cloud with Photoshop and Bridge, or I can show you how to purchase it for $80 a year or $40 a month, or I can show you how to use the school software, which is what I'm about to do because there's 2 or 3 other people here who are going to be using the school software. What's your situation? School software. Okay. Just so you know, your sound is on, Anne. So if you want to talk, I can hear you. If not, you're welcome to turn off your sound, but I can hear you. Your sound is connected, so you can speak up to answer. Now, for the most part, then go ahead and turn your sound off so that then if there's any sounds in the background, we don't need to hear them. It's one less sound in the background. Here's the thing. When I'm talking and you're asking questions, this is a request to everyone. Now, before I show people how to use VDI, I want to show you how to use Zoom for the class, which I believe, Diane, you haven't taken a Zoom class with me at least. And Krista, have you taken both? This is a question to Anne, Krista, and Diane, just because I know the answers for the other 2 people. Have you taken a computer class where you need to use your computer screen at the same time as watching me on Zoom? Have you taken a computer class on Zoom before?
I'm proficient in Zoom. I'm in graduate school. I did a year on Zoom. So
Oh, you're on Zoom. But and the reason I'm asking, a lot of people have been using Zoom for meetings or stuff, and the Zoom takes up the whole screen. But in this case, and this is more a conversation for someone who hasn't been doing that, you're going to have Zoom occupy half of your screen. And while you watch me doing stuff, the other half of your screen will have Photoshop of your own running, and you'll be doing it, right? So your screen, if it's small, it's going to have a lot of work to do. So my recommendation is that you should have, if you can, a second screen where you watch me on one screen and then you do the work on another. So what do I mean? For example, Diane, you mentioned that you have an iPad and a computer. So you connect twice. You connect on both computers, and on the iPad, you just watch me doing this stuff. And then on your computer, you'll just do the work, right? Now, not everyone has 2 devices. So another option of what you can do is connect your computer if you have a TV with an HDMI cable, and that could be your second screen. Or you can go to the thrift store and buy a cheap second screen and connect it to your computer. Those are options. Or you can go to school and borrow a Chromebook and have a Chromebook that they will give you because you're in this class. You can borrow a Chromebook, use that to see me, and then use your computer to do the work. Okay, so I don't know, Anne, what's your situation? Do you have 2 separate connections? Do you not? Let me know how you're set up. Let me know the hows of your setup. And you have to write in the, can't do what? Tell me what your setup is. Do you have a computer? Do you have a laptop? Do you have what? You don't have a second screen. Okay, that's fine. Well, so do you have a laptop? Do you have PC or a Mac? What do you have? I need to understand how to support you all by understanding what your setup is at home. You have a laptop.
I have a laptop and I can just do both screens. I've done a computer class before, so.
Okay, cool. So so basically what you're saying right now is that you have a laptop, at least now Anne is saying she has a laptop. Once again, if you are local, like as in if you live in Santa Barbara, then you can just go to school and borrow one. And I'm going to share with you guys what I'm talking about. I'm going to get you guys all the way to your class files in a second, to your class handouts, and show you how to get there. But meanwhile, I just want to really quickly share one of the handouts that I have in there with you, which is this one. Let me share my screen. which is to let you know that you can go to the Wake campus or the Shot campus or to the main campus if that's more comfortable with you, but these don't have issues with parking. And during this schedule, you can go to room 22 in the Wayne campus, route 2 in Shot campus in this schedule and borrow a Chromebook. That's it. It's you don't have to pay for anything, you just borrow it. And then that sets you up with 2 computers. If all you have is a small laptop, it might be hard for you to parse having Zoom on one side and then Photoshop running on the other side to watch me do it. So I'm just giving you this as a possibility. I'll just type it here into the chat so you can see it. But other than that, it's up to you. This handout will be in your class files and you can decide if you want to do that for yourself. Once I show you how to use VDI and you see what I'm talking about, you might decide that this is going to work for you, or nope, you're fine with your setup. Okay, I'll let you make that decision on your own. So, and I'll show you how to get here in a minute, but right now I'm going to stop my share. And what I'm going to do is what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show people how to get to VDI. First of all, oops, sorry, I had to reset my VDI because I had just been using it myself, and I have to shut it down to start from 0 because I just finished my Illustrator class where I used it, and I have to show you, I have to close it all the way down so that I can start it all the way up again. There we go. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to close all these College Buys windows. Give me a second here. And
Diana?
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
yes,
Uh,
yes.
Can I do the split screen today on an iPad?
One second. No. Well, do you have an iPad that can do split screens?
It's pretty old. I doubt it.
Okay, so then no, because the newest iPad Pros, you can do a split screen on, but you're right, it's probably not, if it's an old laptop, it probably cannot do it.
Okay.
Right, so basically, here we go. I'm all set up with resetting the VDI so I can show you. So for today, if all you have is the iPad, then
Yes.
go ahead and just you're going to just have to kind of watch a little bit. If you
Sure.
need help setting the iMac, like one of the things I teach is people how to use their Macs. And so I teach all the Mac classes. If you're going to need help with your Mac, later ask me and maybe come to those classes. But if not, get it set up with whoever's going to support you to get it set up. And then when you have that set up by next Friday, you'll be able to use the 2 screens. If you
Okay.
go on your iPad to watch me and then shift up and then open your Photoshop, use it, and then shift up and watch me, that could work, but it's not going to be that easy. Plus, I don't know how to give you class files when you are on your iPad. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. I think it's better for you to just kind of absorb. And then here's the good news. Hi, Vera. Nice to see you. The good news is that these classes are being recorded, which
Okay.
you were told when you signed in, but there's so much going on, you might have not paid attention, you guys. The good news is that you can watch the recordings. So when the class is done, it takes me a bunch of time to process the morning and the afternoon Illustrator and Photoshop class. And then by the time I set them up and post them, so by Saturday morning, for the most part, you will have the link, you will be able to access the link and watch the recordings, and then you have a whole week to review the class, prepare, do everything you need to do again to set yourself up. So now
Thank you.
notice, for example, here that Vera shows up twice in one. Go ahead and say hi, Vera, and there you go, that's Vera. If you notice, there's another window that says Vera. That's her second computer. You don't need to have the video on your second one, and that just sits there. But by being connected to both, if Vera runs into trouble on the one that she's working, she can still share her screen with me, right? And so she does her work, and that's why it's good to be connected on both. Otherwise, she's like, well, I'm having this problem, but I can't show you what the problem is. And then the whole class slows down because it's hard to help people if I can't see hands-on, see what the issue is. So what we're going to do today, 2 more things I need to do before I show you VDI, is show you how to respond in a group to me. Slowly, people are going to be joining us. People who already know how to do this, people who are new to my class today. When I need answers and I have, 20 people answering at the same time, there's 3 ways to respond. Go and look at the reactions button, which you should have at the bottom of your screen. And for you on the iPad, I think on the top, you have 3 little dots. You click on those 3 little dots for more, and then you should see the reactions button over there. In your reactions, there's some little cutie pie smiles and ha-has and thumbs up. Those are awesome, but they only last 3 seconds. So I'm going to turn the thumbs up on mine. And if you see that in like 3 or 4 seconds, I don't know how long it lasts, it's going to disappear. So those are cute. And yeah, I love it when people make little, fun stuff. They laugh at my jokes. I'm not asking you to laugh at my jokes, but I'm telling you to laugh at my jokes. But if you have to respond to my answer, like if I ask the whole group, are you Mac or PC? I'll say Mac, give me a green check mark, which is, and PC, give me a red X, for example. So go ahead and do that. Give me a green Mac people and a red click for PC people. Now, if you're using VDI, you're in this in-between space where your computer is a Mac, but VDI is a Windows, okay? So then go ahead and answer. So in your case, Diane, you would have to answer green. So did you find your reactions?
I did.
Now, what I request is that everyone just answer, period. Even if you think I should know that it's a yes or a no, just go ahead. Because then when I see everyone being red, green, or whatever it is I ask you to do, then I can see whoever doesn't answer, then I help immediately and go, so Vera, how can I help you since you seem to be having an issue? So say that I've said, okay, did you all finish this step? Give me a yes when you finish the step. And then when someone doesn't give me a yes, I know to target that person to give them an extra hand, right? So just go ahead and use the reactions. Now, when you want to turn it off, you click the same color and it turns off. So if you click on the yes again, the yes goes away. The yes being the green. Usually the check mark is yes and the red is a no. But most of the times I'm wanting not so much a yes or a no, but a color. The next thing that I want you to use is the raise the hand. Go ahead and raise your hand. Now, when you raise your hand, in order of appearance of who raised their hand first, that's the person who will get answered first. Notice that you all kind of changed and suddenly you popped up to the top. And now Diane raised her hand first, and then Linda, and then Krista, and then Matt. So in order of asking, and then actually, in your case, Vera, you clapped, which is awesome, but that's not raising your hand. See how it disappeared? Your claps
Oh, I
popped
see
in
it.
and out.
Okay.
So raising your hand is the bottom one. And then when you have a question, I'll say Diane first, right? And then when you're done and I've answered your question, you can go ahead and lower your hand, which if you raised your hand, you'll notice that now it says lower hand. Okay. Now, sometimes you and will lower your hand and I will lower your hand and we'll counteract each other and it'll raise again. So, whatever. If so, just lower it again if I've already answered your question. All right. So I can also lower your hands and finish and stop your answers. Right now, I'm clearing all of your guys' feedback. Boom. Now everyone's back with no answers. And so when I'm polling the group, I'm going to be using that a lot. Also, when I'm doing an activity and I say, okay, let me know once you're done, and then raise your hand. So then as I said, I'll know when it's safe to move on to the next activity. Okay. All right. The last thing is sharing your screen. I was assuming, Krista, from what you said, that you've shared your screen many times. Vera has done it. Diane, you don't have anything to share today on your pad. When you get on your laptop, I'll show you. But Anne, how about you? Have you ever shared your screen? Hello, Anne. Can you write in the chat and answer? You have never shared your screen. Okay. So I'm going to show you how to share your screen because that's a big part of the class. By the way, you'll see from people who know how to do it, it takes 2 seconds. The first time it's going to take you a bit more time. So that's fine. I'm just walk you through it. But then after that, it's the quickest way to get the class to move forward. So if I say share your screen, don't hem and haw and say, well, I don't know. Let me see. Let me explain it again, because that takes much more time. I know when I can help you without seeing the stuff and when I can't. So if I go, well, for that one, I need to see it. And I say, share your screen, just share your screen. I look at it, I go, oh, this is what's happening. You drop the share and we keep moving on. That is the most efficient way to run the class, okay? So the first time you share, we're doing it now, it takes a couple of steps, okay? So Anne, do you see down at the bottom where you have all the tools, do you see the big old green share screen button? And if you don't see it, you need to move your mouse a bit to activate it because it might have gone dark. Okay, it's a few steps, okay? So first click your share screen button. Once you've clicked that one, you will see another screen, and on the bottom right of that screen, you'll see a light blue button with white letters that says share. Click on that second one. Now, if you're on a, you didn't answer if you're a Mac or a PC, so I don't know, but since the share isn't happening, I'm going to assume that you're on a Mac. If you're on a Mac, you probably are seeing a message that says open your system preferences. Are you seeing that? Are you on a Mac or on a PC? I do need to know that.
I don't think we don't know who you're talking to.
I'm talking to Anne and she's
Anne,
chatting.
okay.
She's not wanting to have her sound or her video on, which is fine, but then you need to answer on the chat. Otherwise we sit there waiting. So if on the chat, Anne, are you on a Mac or on a PC? This is a different way I support you through the sharing your screen if you're on a Mac or on a PC. Your sound is open, by the way, as I said before. So if you speak, I should be able to hear you. Just tell me if you're on a Mac or on a PC. And if not, please use the chat. Otherwise, I can't keep help. I don't know how to keep helping you. All right, Anne, are you there? I know that you said yes, you could see the share screen, and you stopped answering, so I need to make sure that you're still there. Hello. All right, I'm not sure what's happening, Anne, so I'm gonna wait until you get back to me on the chat. Meanwhile, I'm gonna start showing people how to use VDI, but are you still there? Because you're gonna be needing VDI, so I need you also to be responding, because the steps of VDI, I need you to go and hit say yes every time you finish that step. But since I'm not seeing anything popping up in the chat, I don't know if you ran into trouble with the share. So if so, cancel out of whatever you're in and get back to Zoom so that you can keep answering me so that I can know what's happening. Okay, I'm gonna just sit there, and whenever I see something show up on the chat again, I'll keep on with you. But right now I'm gonna switch from sharing your screen. I'm gonna switch to, oh, you got lost, yeah. So that's the problem, that if you were speaking, then I could hear you say, oh, I'm seeing this, I see that. Okay, Mac. All right. Yeah, this is the problem with the chat. You might have said Mac a whole time long ago, but I can't remember everything. And so before you had said you were on a laptop, and I'm looking up there, but you hadn't said you were on a Mac. So when you are on a Mac, you need to open your system preferences and give me permissions. So you need to say what step you're in. So after you hit the share screen, you then have to share another button that's share. And then that's where you probably got lost, because you will see another message come up that says, open system preferences, privacy settings on system preference. You need to say okay to that. And then I need to walk you through unlocking the system preferences and giving permission for a share. So you need to tell me what step you're in, and I'll tell you what step to work on. Okay, done. Have you opened your system preferences and clicked on Zoom, unlocked it? Okay, good. So if so, then you're ready to share again. So now go back to the green share button. And this time, when you click the second share, it should share. Yeah, so if you said yes to the, that you unlocked your system preferences and check the check mark next to the Zoom, it might ask you then now or later. Go ahead and say later, okay? And then go back to Zoom and let's start all over again. Hit the share screen button, the green one. After the green one, on the right side, there's another little blue button with white letters that say share. Click on that one. And at this point, if you've unlocked your system preferences, we should be able to see your screen. So guys, just so you know, the first time you share is the only time that's frustrating like this, because it's like, I have all these things to do. After that, sharing is easy peasy pie, okay? So just don't worry, it's not going to be this way every time, Anne or anyone who hasn't shared before. It's not a big deal other than the first time. So I don't know where you're at, because at first you were saying, okay, done, and yes, and then slow down, but I stopped hearing you. So tell me where you are. Okay. While I wait for you to share your screen, I'm going to start showing people, because by now I have only a few minutes left before everyone else joins us. I need to show VDI. So the only one, oh no, because Anne, you're the one who needs to join VDI too, though, so I need you to be done with this. All right. So basically, Krista and Anne need to connect to VDI today.
Yes,
right.
I'm interested in being in VDI. Mhm.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen to show you how to do VDI. But Anne, this is the time. I know that you said move on, but this is the time to learn how to share screens so that later I can help you. So I'm going to let it go, and I'm going to just do VDI right now. But next time I need you to share your screen, I need you to step by step tell me where you're at so that you can actually share your screen for the class to move on. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen right now. And where I am right now is I have written, and I'm going to put it here in the chat. I've got a link that takes you straight there, or just type vmview.sbcc.edu and you will get to the same page. So you need to get to this page either by clicking on the link that I just gave you or by typing vmview.sbcc.edu on a browser. So any browser, Safari is probably not the best one to do this in, but if it's the only one you have, use it. Same if you're on a PC, Edge is not a good one to use. Ideally, you could do Chrome or Firefox. I'm using Firefox. But if you don't have them downloaded today, that's fine. But just for next week, go ahead and download Firefox or Chrome, because for VDI, they work more reliably. So now give me a yes if you made it to this page. So Diane, you can try to do this, but on an iPad, it's going to work, but it's going to be more complicated. So if you're going to, it's better if you wait and do it on an actual computer. I don't know signing into VDI how it's going to work on an iPad. All right.
Okay.
So Anne said yes, she's there. Krista, are you
Yeah,
on
I'm
this page?
there. I'm at the window, yes.
All right, good. And Linda's there. Okay, so now we're going to click on VMware Horizon. Let me just say that if you're going to use this every time for class, you're better off later on your computer installing the native client. But right now, just because I'm showing it to you the first time, I'm going to have us do this. You can do that on your own after class, and then it works a little bit more reliably. So right now we're going to click on this guy. And it's gonna, the first time it always does this to me, and this is just, I'm showing it to you because it's not that it's
Did
not
you
working.
click on the Horizon HTML access? Was
Yes.
that the one?
Yes,
Okay.
I did. Mhm.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna say okay and do it again. The second time it always works. I do not know why, but that's what it takes. It takes doing it twice. Okay, so once you're in here, I have 2 employee and desktop, but you should only have student, okay? So once you've popped in, click on student desktop. Now, it might be that it'll ask you for your pipeline user account. I forgot, I don't have to do the pipeline user account because I was already signed in a few seconds ago, but you might need to put in your username and password. I skipped it here because I was already signed in, but you need, Diane, when you do this later with the recording, that step that I just did.
Yeah.
In between, you need to put your username and pipeline password. Okay. So now I'm going to clear your answers, and next time you're done and you are here, let me know. Now, what you had to do is hit the word student desktop, okay? Now, don't click on Photoshop or anything like that in there, just student desktop. And as you can say, this takes a while. See how I'm just sitting here and it's going black and blue and brown. Just wait it out. Just wait it out. This is the only long part of connecting to VDI. It takes maybe 2 full minutes. And then when you're done and you connect, you should see your browser showing you a Windows computer. Hi, Tracy. Nice to see you. Remind me, Tracy, do you have your own applications or
do.
Photoshop? You have your own. Okay.
I do.
Okay, great. So then, oh, I forgot. I'm so accustomed to my look that now I know why you were laughing. I've been staring at myself all day with my little green dinosaur. All right. Ever since I connected to the student desktop until now, it's taken up until I see this page to be ready. So now when you, Krista, or you, Anne, or you, Linda, all of whom are in at this point, you see the sign into browser, then give me a yes. It'll take different timings according to your computer speeds for different ones. At that point, give me a yes, so I know that I can continue.
I just have Google Chrome and Recycle Bin on my screen.
That's
my blue
fine,
screen.
because I'm
Okay.
a teacher, I have a couple of other things. In fact, I'm gonna get rid of these
Okay.
I don't need, but yeah, you're right. You should just have, just
Okay.
have those two, so that's.
And then
fine.
I have the sign in browser, but I haven't done that yet. So
Yeah, so hang on a minute. I want everyone to catch up first. So these are not, these are only for me. Anne, are you there? I'm not seeing a yes. If you're not there and you're stopped at some point with anything, let me know. Who's joining? Oh, Tracy, that's your second computer. Okay. Anne is there. Okay, good. And Krista, you're there. All right. So now let's sign in here with the browser. And what you need to use here is your entire username for the school email address, which is your username, which happens to be the Musakio for me, at pipeline.sbcc.edu. So you need to put that whole thing in there. Okay. I'm going to put it in the chat. Only you need to put your own, username at pipeline.sbcc.edu. So it's the entire word. And once you've done that, then say next. And then you're going to be asked to sign in. Now, if you have a smaller window, the sign in might be down, kind of down there, and you need to roll it up. It depends on your window. So you might need to scroll up, but you need to go down here and click sign in. And then it'll say success, you've signed in, yay. So now you have to continue to close this window. Okay, so all I did was sign in and hit continue. And then down here, this thing will say Google Drive is loading your files. It's like, yay, you can say okay to that. Okay, so now VDI people are ready to go. All right, now you don't have the applications open yet, but you're connected to VDI. And that second part we did, which is Google Drive, is connecting to the class files. Now, I'm going to have everyone else download class files. But for people who are on VDI, you do not have to download class files. You will get them directly this way. Okay. So when I now start talking about how to download class files, it's only for people who have their own applications. All right. Now, I'm going to leave you here. The one last thing I'm going to have you guys do is this is just for VDI people, head down to this little start button, which is this little square, like 4 little windows icon. Click on the start button and then search over here. You have all the applications that are available, and we're going to click on Adobe Bridge. We're going to start with Bridge. So click on Adobe Bridge. And it'll open up and it'll look a bit different than mine because mine's already in use. Yours will be kind of empty and pointing to like a generic place. That's fine. There we go. So yours will open up probably in looking a bit more like, hold on, I'm gonna try to replicate.
Mine looks like that, so.
Yeah, but it's not filling the screen, and for some reason I'm getting a not responding page. Hello. Bridge is not responding. Okay. I'm gonna stop my share. For some reason it's not, okay. Yeah, it crashed. There we go. It was probably trying to pick up the files. Okay. So okay. I'm gonna let it think it's something's VDI is not happy right now. It's taking a while. I'm gonna stop my share. When I stop my shares, things work a little bit better. So I'm gonna stop my share right now to let it continue. And let me let Sabrina in. There we go. All right. Cool. Oh, I let them in. Here we go. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi,
Nice to see you.
you too.
All
Looking
right.
lovely.
All right. So nice to see you. I keep forgetting the first time you all see me, you put in a strange face. After all, it is Halloween. Okay. Here it is. My bridge finally is responding. The reason I needed to show you this is, let me share my screen again. Sometimes my computer just won't redraw NVDI until I stop my share. Okay, there we go. So for the most part, you are probably looking at something like this. So Anne, can you give me an okay if you're at this point and you've connected? And Krista, can you give me an okay? I think you already told me you're on bridge. Krista, how about you, Anne? Have you reached? Okay, it says okay, good.
Yeah,
Guys-
mine just has a little bit different, but
Yeah,
it looks the same.
Exactly, similar
somewhat.
to this. I need a request. I need to ask the whole class to help me with this. I have to keep my eye on 20 things at the same time. And Anne is responding to me in the chat all the time. So like right now, I was saying, you guys, Anne has to answer. And I wasn't noticing that she had answered in the chat. So if someone sees Anne answering me in the chat, please let me know so that I can look at the chat, just because I'm trying to handle, a couple of other things. So if she writes it and someone says, hey, Anne answered you, that would be Anne Troy. Just let me know that Anne said yes or something like that, right? That said, Anne, instead of saying yes or no in the chat, yes or no should be green check mark or red no. That way, as I look at the class, I will see your answer. And then when I ask you to give me an actual answer, use the chat for that. Okay, that way I can keep track of what's happening. This is for everyone. When I say, please give me a yes or give me a no, if you're done, don't write in the chat, yes, I did that step. Please give me a check mark yes, because then I can see the whole class and go, okay, 90% of them have a green check mark and only 2 have a red. Okay, red check mark person. How can I help you, right? Whoever that person might be. So that's pretty crucial to me to make the class flow. All right, so hi, Peggy. So now that most of you guys are, a few more people will keep signing in, but then that'll be it for our class. I was showing the VDI people how to get to Bridge, and so here they are. I'm going to show the VDI people how to get to the class files, and then I will show people at home how to get to class files, and then we will get started with Photoshop. So here's how we do it. For VDI people, which is 3 of you at this point. Sabrina, are you on VDI or did you buy the application in the end?
I bought the application.
You bought the application. Okay, so basically right now it's Anne, Krista, and Linda, although Saul is going to join us and he's also, no, Gustavo's going to join us and he's also in VDI. Okay, so I know there's 4 people. So here we go. For anyone who has Bridge already open, and this is for everyone to open your Bridge, everyone, no matter if you're VDI or not, open your Bridge application. And this is a hard one. People don't want to believe me. VDI people, you must do this. Other people, trust me, it's going to be much better if you expand, maximize your program. So if you're on a PC, you would have to click this little square in the middle and it'll fill your screen. If you're on a Mac, on the other hand, it'll be over here. There'll be 3 little color buttons and it's the green one. Make it fill your screen. I want to teach you how to be efficient with changing applications, okay? So the best way to do that is by filling your screen. Instead of, a lot of people begin to make this mistake where they grab this thing and you scoot it out of the way and then you scoot it out of the way and then I tell you, go touch your metadata and they go, I don't see your metadata. Why? Because you put it out of the screen. And then I say, go touch this icon and they go, I don't see it. Why? Because you left it at the bottom and the icons are down here. So you want to see your entire window. You don't want to be moving things back and forth to go between Breach and Photoshop. You want to see your entire window all the time. The best way to do that is to maximize your screen. So every one of the necessary buttons is there. And then you switch from application to application using, in the PC case, your taskbar. If you're a Mac person, on the dock. And I'm going to show you that when I go over to my dock. But for now, I'm showing it to you here in the for you PC people in the VDI version. So now, class files. This is only for VDI people. Click on this PC. VDI people. People who are on their own computers go somewhere else. VDI people go to this PC. And then here, the third link, the third choice is going to be your Google Drive. Hold on, I'm having my own application opening up in the background, and it is, hold on. I'm having to move this out of the way. I apologize. I tried to show both Mac and PC people what to do, so I just opened my Mac versions in the background. But since it's the new version, it was asking me to answer questions. Okay, so now I can see this again. I had stuff in the way and I couldn't see. All right, so under this PC, here's the Google Drive. Google Drive is where we're going to keep the class files. So double click on that. And then when you're done with double clicking on that, you should click on shared drives. Okay, that's the one I want you to share. Shared drives. Double click on that. I'm cleaning your feedback again. This is once you're in shared drives, you should be seeing only one folder, probably, unless you're in many of my classes.
I have no folders and content. So
Krista,
yeah.
you were signed up, so you should have access to it. Let me make sure that the class has the right access. 44240. Manage members. Oh, 44240 hasn't been 44240. All right, sorry about that. I hadn't yet given you guys access. So now it's a done deal. Let me go back to the, okay, so let's back out. So Anne, you wouldn't had it either. No one would have had it. I'm sorry. I changed I forgot that the CRN changed and I haven't given access to the new CRN. That said, I need to take access off of the old CRN or people will get, no, it's okay. I can have both of them on. Okay. So you're going to have to refresh. So go back to this PC so that Google has a chance to refresh, and then double click Google Drive again. And now when you double click shared drives, it should pop in. Now, sometimes it takes a little bit for the Google Drive wheels to turn. So if it doesn't pop in immediately, let's give it a try in another 3 to 5 minutes. Is it there now?
How many folders should we have? Because I just have one that says Photoshop shared drive.
Yeah, that's all you need. Photoshop shared drive. So it's
All right,
there.
great.
These are all the classes I teach, so I have shared drives for all of them, but you would only see Photoshop shared drives. Double click on it. How about you, Anne? You should be seeing Photoshop shared drives, and then you should double click on it, and then it'll this one takes a bit more time to redraw. And all of these will come up the first time. They take a little bit of time. Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself because my sons are arriving and my dog is barking. All right, sorry, my son was coming back from school and my dog was welcoming the dog. All right, so are you here? Let me clean your feedback. I don't know if the yes that you have there is from now or from before. So Anne and Krista.
Yeah, I
And
see
Linda?
everything. I see
All right,
everything in the
cool.
folder now.
All right, guys who are at home, keep an eye on what I'm about to teach them because this is going to be the same for you later when you find yours. I need you to grab this folder and not double click it, but this is the one that says Photoshop class files. I need you to grab this and over here on the left, sometimes if you haven't used it yet, it might say drag and drop to add a favorite. Sometimes it doesn't say anything, but under this word pictures, you're going to grab this folder and you're going to drop it in here and let go. And that's going to create a shortcut. And that's the best way. In the future, you don't have to do everything we did. All you need to do is click in here. And these are going to be the class files. Okay. Now I'm going to be adding some class files here. I have already added some. But those of you who took my class that just finished last week, these are very similar ones, but I'm going to be taking some out and adding some new ones. So next Friday, I'm going to have you download some fresh class files. Right now, I have similar class files. I only have a few new ones. But there's many that we didn't use last week, so we'll be using them. So I'll let you know when you have to download new stuff. Okay, so now VDI people have their class files. I'm going to leave you right here hanging out while I go and share the rest of people who are here are going to have to download some class files. So I'm going to head over to create a new window. And so now everyone else, okay, so now I'm clearing feedback. Anne and Linda and Krista are ready to go, but everyone else has to download these class files onto their computer screen. And where is Diane? You will have to do this once your laptop is working, unless on your laptop you're going to use VDI. If you're going to use VDI on your laptop, then you have to do the same steps that Anne and Krista have been following, okay? So you decide by next week, you'll know. All right, so we're going to go and open up a browser and download the class files. Go to sbcc.edu, hit return. And now hit, once you are here in your SBCC, on the left side, you'll see the big old pipeline P, click on P for pipeline. And actually, you probably need to accept the whole web cookies thing before it lets you go. Click on the P for pipeline. Now, by the way, I am saying that this is for people who don't have VDI, people who have their own applications, but Krista and Diane, this is also the way to get to the class files. The reason I'm pointing you three out is because everyone else who's in this class right now has taken my classes before and knows how to get to my class files. So that's why I'm pointing you three out, not for any other reason. This is how you're going to find the class recording links, the class files, the class handouts, okay? You guys through VDI have class files, but class handouts, you need to do this as well. So if you want to open another tab, so if this is your like VDI tab, open a new tab in your browser, not the VDI one. You don't want to leave VDI. VDI, leave it there. Open up a new tab, okay? A new tab, and then go to SBCC. So sometimes you open a new tab on the Firefox, the plus sign, I think Chrome, I don't know, I think Chrome also has a plus sign. So does Safari's plus sign, I believe, is on the left side. So whatever browser you're using, open a new tab, leave VDI available and go to sbcc.edu and then click on the P for pipeline. Because this is how you're going to get, when you're not in class and when you're not using VDI, you're going to get to class files this way. So now Gustavo's joining us and he's also on VDI. So that's another VDI person, so cool.
Recording.
Oh, sorry, Gustavo, you left your both of your sounds on and you just kind of completely deafened us. That was a loud one. So I muted you, but make sure to go and disconnect the sound from one of your two computers so that we can have our hearing back. And you can unmute yourself. So remember how to do that. Go in and disconnect sound from one of the two. No, it's fine. Don't worry, Gustavo. Of course it happens. All right. All right. So back to telling you how to get to your class files. Head over here to the word student and then go down to student resources and click on student resources. So I want yeses from Anne, Krista,
Yes.
and who else was it? Diane at this point. And Krista and Diane, that you are here.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Anne, are you there? Cool. And Krista, there we go. Okay, so let's go over here to the word Google Drive on the far right. Click on Google Drive. And you will have stuff here or not, depending on whether you use your pipeline Google Drive. That's not the point. I need you to go down to the one called Shared Drives. Click on Shared Drives. And here under Shared Drives, you should see one folder called Photoshop Shared Drive. This one. If so, once you find it, double click on it. And there you are. You will be in my class files. Your class files.
Okay. Got it.
Now, I want to point out in particular 3 of these class files, the 4 of these class files. So the first one I want to show you is right now, it's showing for me as a suggested file here at the top. Okay, one thing, some of you guys have this turned on, which is occupying a bunch of space and it's unnecessary. So when you first show up to this thing and you see this here, it's useless. Go over to this X and turn it off, and that'll give you much more space on your page. Okay. I tend to forget that because I have it always off. So I forget to tell people this is unnecessary. Get rid of that. Okay. Now you see better. Then at the top, it says suggested. What's going to be up in the top is the ones that have been used most. And since I will constantly be updating this file, you will be seeing some here at the top. But if you ever don't see them, these are all going to be set in alphabetical order, and you need to go to the file that's called Zoom. And down at the bottom, you will see that in this class, I have 2 of them right now. I have Zoom class files right there and Zoom class recording links right there. It's because the one of them is for the class that just finished last Friday. And this one is for this week's class, and it's called Zoom 44240 Fall 2. Because I just finished a class on Friday, and this is the first day of my second Photoshop class this session. So click on the one that says Fall 2. And here are the dates of our classes. So today is October 28th, which is why you are seeing me in this beautiful getup. And I have a sample link of what it's going to look like. In the future, you're going to have a link here that is truly the recording of today's class, and that'll be tomorrow. So when the whole week you want to practice or catch up, you will come to this file and you will click right here. And then when you will click on the link that appears underneath, it's going to take you to YouTube. And it'll take you to a class that'll be 3.5, I don't know how long this class is, hours long. And that whole recording is the entire recording of class. This is what I look like when I don't have green hair and a dinosaur on my head the rest of the time. And here's something that's important that you should all remember. If you are learning something new that you know you want to review, have a notepad next to you. And maybe at 2:15 p.m. right now, I am teaching you something that you go, ooh, I should review this. Like I should review this. So write down 2:15 p.m. She talked about, I don't know, brush sizes, whatever. So then you'll know that if a class starts at 1, if you advance using this timeline right here, you can look at the time and you can go a minute in or an hour in. There it is, an hour and a half in. There it is, an hour 20 in. You'll click in here and this will, that was me speaking. So this is me last time telling people how to get to this place, right? So this is how you can go and review just that portion of the class or this portion of the class, okay? So
Hey, Deanna.
that's, yes,
I hate to even mention this, but when I go to shared drives, I just get a thing that says a place for teamwork.
yeah,
Create shared
yeah,
drive. and it's
yeah,
blank.
Matt,
Is
Matt,
that
you're not registered in the class yet.
right? Okay, right. Okay, so I'll get that squared away.
So if you're
next
not
week.
registered, you can't access the class file. So whenever I say that to people,
I-
people
I
think,
thought
oh,
that.
I'm being mean. No, I'm not being mean. The Google Drive appears only for people registered in the
I get it.
class.
I thought that
right?
might be the case, but
Is
now
that-
you confirmed it. Yeah.
Is that you too, Tracy? Yeah.
Yeah, though I am registered now, but it hasn't caught up yet. So it just shows the digital design and the iLife.
And now, are you officially registered or did you submit a paper?
I registered online at
Online,
12:45.
All right, no, that's fine. No, and I'm just saying that because sometimes when you submit a paper, it takes them a day or 2 or 3 to process it. But if you did it online, it's probably the computer system setting it up. So just keep refreshing it and it should
Okay.
show up. Because if you registered at 12:45, it should be there by now anyway. So just keep refreshing. As long
Okay.
as you signed up to the correct class CRM.
I made sure this time.
Then you should be there. All right. So if you're not registered, yeah, the class files don't show up. All right. So anyway, this is how you use your recordings. Now I need to say something really important. There's 3 people here who is the first time you are here in my class. The rest of you have heard this 25,000 times. I apologize, but you cannot just take the class by watching the class recordings only. At your leisure. That would be great, but that's not how you can take this class. Let me explain why. It's not a whim of mine, but there are classes that are defined asynchronous where all the material is there. The teacher doesn't ever talk to you and you do the class at your own leisure. This is not. This is a class that is a participation class. The state gives us money depending on how many people show up to our class. So if you don't show up, we don't get money for you. You show up, we get money for you. So you need to show up in order to be part of the class. This is a certificate set of courses. So this class is part of a certificate. And if you want to get a certificate, you need to get a pass. This is a graded class, but no panic. There's no exams, but there is a pass, no pass result at the end of the course. The pass or no pass is heavily dependent on your attendance to the course. Because if you're attending and showing me your work and I see your work, then you get a pass. Some of you start at a level of I know nothing, so you end at a much higher level. But some of you start at that level and at a higher level. So I'm not going to compare between you to say which one has a better grade. Just if you all have progressed and moved forward in your knowledge, that's a pass, right? But you need to be here and you need to be showing me your work. So say that one day you can't attend class at all. Well, that's fine. Sometimes people have to miss class. Good news, you can catch up on the recording. So you're expected to know the work. But say that you do that 1 or 2 times, then I have to drop you because you have to be attending class. So the plan B is say that you have an appointment at the doctor's and you have to miss half the class. Or you have something happening in the morning and you got a really important person is coming to town. This is Friday afternoon after all, and you need to leave at 3:15. So you need to miss the end of the class. That is fine. Attend as much as you can, connect at the very minimum, even for 10 minutes, if it's the most you can do. Because then if you have attended and watched the recording, then I can give you attendance. We get paid for your attendance. You watch the recording, you get the class, and then you post your work. And I'm going to show you now how to post your work. And then that's the best of all worlds, okay? Where you get to catch up and you get to still not miss the class, even though you weren't here. But you also get attendance for us. So let me show you how that works. where are you going to post your work that you do? It's going to be in something called the Padlet. So over here, we have, I need to activate my VDI. Those of you who are on VDI, go and click on something and just click on something else just so that it stays alive, knows that we're still around. Otherwise, it's going to disconnect. So for those of you on VDI, go and just kind of click around here and there on these files so that you have, so that you're, I'm talking for a bit and so that it doesn't disconnect. Okay, I'm going to go back to our class files now. And in our class files, I have one more icon, one more handout. In case you forget during the week, I have a Padlet. So I'm going to put a link here on our chat, which is this link over here is to get to our class Padlet. So let me explain. When you click on this link, it's going to take you, I'm going to click on it right now, and it's going to take me over here to this, there, to this place. Oh, I didn't know that it was a whole fruit bowl that I put in the background this time. All right, usually I use a more nothing fruit bowl. So everyone, please click on that link and head over to the class Padlet. So what this is all about is when this class is working and you're posting all your stuff, this is the last Padlet. It's going to look kind of like this. People are going to be posting their work and they're going to be showing me the work that they do, and they're going to be asking me questions, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the class that we just finished. And what's going to happen is that it starts this empty right there. And then as class is happening, you're going to do screenshots of your work and you're going to post them in here. So today, just so that we get going and you know how to use it, I want you all to go to your Bridge where you just uploaded the student files. So go over to Bridge, go back to the VDI tab for those of you who are on VDI. And I'm going to ask you to make a screenshot. Now, if you need to, if you're on a Mac, and I believe both Krista and Anne are on Macs, and Diane is going to be on a Mac. So
I'm on a PC actually.
oh, Krista, you're on a PC. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you know how to do screenshots on your PC?
I did, but
Okay, then I'll show you, but give me a second. For people who are on a Mac, just hold down your keyboards. Go ahead and do Shift, Command, and 4. Hold the Shift, Command, and 4 keys. And then you get this little like a, how do you call it? A pointer, crosshairs. And then you can just like kind of click and drag like this. And maybe you want to point to something in particular, like right now, you'll be getting a screenshot of your layers, your photos right now. Maybe a screenshot of the class files on top would be fine. Once you let go, that is a screenshot for Mac users. And that screenshot is going to go sit on top of your desktop. The screenshots on a Mac go to your desktop. So now let me show you the final process is you're going to go over to this, to your Padlet. The link is there on the chat. And you're going to go down to this little plus sign at the bottom. On the plus sign, you're going to write your name so I know who is posting. So you're going to write, if you have repeated names in class, please put your last name. But right now we don't really have repeated. Diane is with an E and I am Diana, or Diana is actually because it's in Spanish. It's in with an A. And then go ahead and either you can drag it in if you're good at dragging stuff, or just click on this first icon right there. And then it'll ask you, oh, what file do you want to post? And you'll go, in this case, to my desktop. And I'm going to click on the screenshot that I just took. And I'm going to say open, and it's going to take a few seconds to publish. This is a screenshot I just took. Then maybe this is a good time to write what you've been learning. So maybe you're doing layers or masks or whatever. So in this case, we're doing a screenshot practice or something like that, and publish, right? And so there it is. My screenshot has been published. So everyone, please go ahead and publish your first screenshot of today's class, which is accessing the class files. Now, some of you, I haven't shown you how to access class files yet, do a screenshot of anything else, or the important thing is to not upload a full-on layered Photoshop file, because we can't open that through Padlet. We need screenshots to just show me that you're on track, that you're doing the work. Okay, so now I'm going to show everyone else how to get the class files, and then maybe after that, when you all have your class files, you can upload new screenshots.
Can you
So-
show me quickly how to do a screenshot on PC?
Oh,
if
that's true.
possible?
I forgot. Yeah, that's true.
It's
On
okay.
PC. So I'm back in that PC right now. So you go down to where you can type here to search, right? You have this little box here and
Mhm.
write the word snip for the snipping tool. As soon as you write the word snip, the snipping tool pops up.
Okay.
You click on the snipping tool right there, and you click on new. And I believe if you're on Windows 11, it kind of gives you a shortcut. You could also do Windows logo key plus Shift plus S will give you the same thing. But anyway, right now you click on new, you do your same screenshot. And then the only difference is that this file has to be saved. You need to say file save as, give it a name, and put it wherever you want. So if you want, you can put it again on your desktop or wherever you're going to put it. So I'm going to go ahead and save it on my desktop right there. And then I'll say save. Okay.
Hmm.
And then what you do is you then upload it from
I
your
didn't get that
computer.
Windows, so I don't know how to.
Do you, you might have a different version of Windows. Do you want to share? Oh, you're on.
Oh, you know,
Wow.
I found a save snip, so I'll just do it that way.
Okay, do it
So-
with a save snip. And then,
Yeah.
so wherever you save it, go find it and you'll be fine.
Okay.
All right. Let me finish showing everyone how to download their class files. So let's go to the tab that that I had taken everyone to, the class files. And here's the folder called Photoshop Fall 2022 class files. If you were in
We're
my,
not seeing your desktop.
Oh,
You're,
thank
you're
you,
not
thank
sharing.
you. Thank you for telling me. I need people to keep me honest by telling me that kind of stuff. All right. So in your Photoshop shared drive, there's a folder called Photoshop class files. Don't double click and open it. But in case you did, some people do double click and open it already. So if you did this and you're seeing them, you need to back up, go back to Photoshop shared drive right there. Now this whole folder, you need to right click on it and say download. Now, people who took the class that finished on last Friday, I have already added about 4 or 5 files to this, not many, but it's a little bit different. So please download this one so you have some of the new files. As I said, I might be adding a couple of other ones. I didn't have time to do that today, but please download these new ones because many of them are repeats, but there are about 5 new files. Okay, so once you finish downloading them, then I'm going to show you how to get to the class files. Oh, when you hit download, you might have a message here that says, if you've never downloaded multiple files before, you might have a message that says something like, allow Chrome or allow Firefox to download multiple files. There's a message that sends to pop for people, and nothing will happen until you say okay to that. All right. And then in my case, it's zipping the file. Depending on if you have a PC or a Mac, it's gonna unzip on its own, or it's going to need to be extracted. Okay, so here it says zipping file, zipping file, zipping file. When it finally says download ready, when file is zipped, I'm ready to go. On Chrome, it shows up a little bit differently. So anyway, it's got all this this different way of showing you that the files are downloaded, depending on which browser you're using. So now I am going to change my screen to show you 2 different things. This file that you downloaded is going to go into your Finder, your computer Finder. Okay, if you're a Mac, and it's going to go into your Windows Explorer if you're on a PC. Again, this is for people who own their own applications. All right, so I'm going to change my share, and I'm going to show you my Mac Bridge. Okay, So if I go to my Mac Bridge, Mac or PC Bridge, it doesn't matter. Instead of the difference is if you're in a PC, it says my PC, and if you're on a Mac, it'll say the word computer. But you don't need to go there, because if you're on your own computer, you need to go find the folder that has your name on a Mac. On a PC, you need to go to my PC. So it depends if you're in a PC or on a Mac where you go. So on a Mac, you go to the folder that has your name. The whole goal here is to find your downloads, your computer's downloads. Okay. So you double click your computer folder download. So if you might find it up here in computer, for a PC, for Macs, you'll find it here. Double click on your downloads, because whatever you just downloaded is where this folder is going to be. Okay. And so in this case, you'll have to go and search. Did I just end up downloading it? Yeah. So no, that's my digital design techniques class. What did I call this one? Download. So alphabetical order, A, B, C, D, 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 D. Here it is. So here's the good and the bad news. When on either the Illustrator files, right? So where are my Photoshop ones? I just downloaded them. Oh, because they're not called downloads. I'm sorry, they're called Fall 2022. So I have to go to the F. I apologize. I have been downloading so many different ones. So here's my Photoshop folder these are my files for the Photoshop. Sometimes the folder is already open like this one. Sometimes it'll be zipped like this one. If in your computer it got zipped, we first need to extract it. Did anyone get a zipped folder? Yes. So Peggy is saying she got a zipped folder. So then you need to go, and you're on a Mac, right, Peggy?
No, I'm on a PC.
You're on a PC. Okay, so on a PC, you need to extract. So it's a little bit different. So hold on, because I'm going to have to ask you to share your screen to show how to extract. Is
Oh, I
anyone?
already extracted them.
You already did it.
Yeah.
Okay. If
Yeah.
someone has a folder that needs to be extracted or zipped, I can show you how to do that. But I need to have you guys share your screen with me for me to be able to do that. So does anyone not see it unless it's zipped?
I don't know what I'm looking for because I've kind of missed the last little bit, so I really
Okay.
don't know.
All right. So who just spoke? Krista. No, you
That's
don't need to do
Krista.
this.
Sorry.
You don't need to do this. Your files
Okay,
are all on VDI.
okay,
Anne and Krista and Gustavo, all of Linda, you VDI users, you're set. You're just waiting. Now I'm talking to how to get the class files for people who own the applications. Okay. So for people who own the applications, you have to click on the downloads folder, and then you need to go and find by the alphabetical order. It says here Fall Photoshop class files. Okay. So then if in your computer they show up as zipped, you first need to zip them, unzip them. So I'm going to go to the class folder, and I'm going to go and unzip this folder here by double clicking. And then it's going to give me all of my files in a folder. And this is the Photoshop class files too. So for those of you who had them from before, you might notice that now it has a different name, Photoshop class files too. That is the folder that you need to drag up here and drop, because these are the ones that are missing some of the stuff from last week. This is for people who just took the other class. So I can go to the original one and right click and remove and leave only the ones that are now necessary, which is that guy. Okay. Now, if you're in any other of my classes, you might need to still leave those folders there if you're my Illustrator class or in my digital design techniques class, because I'm using this for many different classes. But if you're just in your in Photoshop, then this is the one that we need. I'm going to stop my share, and I'm sure that someone out there is having trouble finding them, especially if you have to extract them. So if you're having trouble, give me a no. If I'm clearing all the feedback. If you're done and you got the files, or you're on VDI, thus you already have the files, give me a yes. So VDI people, you're all a yes, give me a yes. People at home, if you have the new Photoshop class files, the ones for this class, not the ones for the class that just finished, then give me a yes. if you need help because what I just said was unclear, or if you need to extract or you need to unzip, give me a no, and then I'll go and give you a hand.
This is Krista. I need another way of taking a screenshot because that's not working. The snip, it's not saving it in a folder, so that I
Alright.
can actually find. It's not saving it on my computer. I think it's saving it onto the desktop at SBCC, and I can't access
Oh,
it
because
then.
you're on VDI.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. So then what you need to do, it's not necessarily a big problem, but you need to go to the Zoom link that I just gave you and
Okay.
access it through VDI. Gustavo, you just had this problem, remember?
Which Zoom link? Sorry.
Yeah, so not Zoom, sorry, Padlet link. So I'm gonna go here and put it in the Padlet again. There we go. In the chat, I just put the Padlet link. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Go
Okay.
ahead and in the chat, you can copy that. Like there's 3 little dots next to the chat, next to
Right.
the
I'm on
thing.
that page, so I don't, yeah. So I'm in your Padlet page, the Photoshop too.
Yes, but you're gonna have to do it. I know you're there, but you're gonna have to get there a different way because let me share my screen. Since you're in VDI, so everyone else try to get to the class files while I help. So don't get confused, because this is only for VDI people who are on a PC. So now I'm sharing my VDI with you. So
Mhm.
you need to get to VDI to your Padlet inside of VDI. If what you just did was save that inside of VDI. So if you minimize, go ahead and click on this little minus and minimize bridge. Then you have to open Google Chrome inside of VDI, which is a little bit of a brain teaser there, but open up Google Chrome in here and go to the Padlet, wait till it opens. And then in here, you can paste the Padlet shortcut. And so now you're going inside of Padlet. Now, when you say plus, you will find it inside of the VDI. So I believe they get saved to the pictures folder on the Padlet, or unless you resaved it to your desktop or something like that. Gustavo, you just went through that. Are you on? Anyway,
Yes.
they should have saved either you put it in your desktop or it automatically goes to your pictures folder.
Yeah, I can access it this way, so.
Yeah, and so then you grab it and you say open it and you post it that way. Did that work?
Yeah,
Diana?
thank you.
You're welcome. Sí, Gustavo.
Bueno, yo nada más lo hice, agarro, le hago el screenshot, le agarro, le pongo un clic encima del screenshot, le pongo control C, me voy al palette y le pongo control V y ya se pega sin guardar nada.
That's a good point. Okay, so Gustavo reminded me is that you can just copy and paste it in. So instead of having to do this, you can just do a control C for copy, and then you can paste it in. So you go just copy instead of doing a screenshot. And then over here, you do the screenshot, but you copy the screenshot. And then here you do a command or control V and paste it in, and that works as well. So thanks for reminding me that, Gustavo.
Thank
So
you.
that's a good one too. Okay. That said, now I have Chrome open, but don't confuse this because this is inside of VDI, which, by the way, thank you, Linda, for emphasizing my dinosaurness today and then our Padlet. It's just funny. One time a year I get to have straight hair and green. You know, you gotta let me. All right. Okay, so then you have to go back to Bridge and open it this way. And there we go. So, okay, so how's our Padlet doing? Has everyone posted in Padlet by now? Because now you should all have taken a screenshot of your class files and hopefully posted them in here. And I should see a Padlet from everyone. So VDI people already had it. So there's Anne and there's Krista, just got it in. Linda. So those of you guys are all your VDI people. I'm seeing Gustavo too. Sabrina, Peggy, and Vera. Anyone else need help in knowing how to get here? Oh, here's the thing, someone posted and it says anonymous. I have no idea who this is. Someone wrote sample screenshot. This doesn't let me know it's your work. And the whole point of doing this is I need to do it. So anyone who knows that they did this, because then they'll know because they didn't write their name.
Yeah,
Go
it's me.
click on, okay, go to this one, go to these 3 little dots, click on that to edit, and then write your name on the top, and then it'll come up as Tracy's.
Okay. Now, while I'm talking to you, can you my Zoom dropped on my main computer, so I'm trying to get back in.
I
Yeah.
don't have you yet as in my waiting list, so you're not showing up yet.
Oh, weird.
Disconnect and connect again, like from that second computer, because I'm not seeing you popping in yet. I'm going to stop my share for a minute, since sometimes when I'm sharing, it's harder to see people who arrive.
So
All right. So now we're pretty much on our way to have every single admin issue taken care of. All my admin, you know, I've covered everything. Many of you guys have been part of this, so this kind of helps. I have one humongously important question, and I'm gonna explain my conundrum. And you guys give me a yes or a no, truly, depending on your circumstances. But here's, I'm gonna send a little poll out to ask you. Oh no, did it not? The poll is not in this class. Oh, hold on. I thought I had created it. I guess I created it in the wrong. Huh. Okay, I thought I had created a poll. So you're just going to have to do yeses or nos to answer me. All right, here's the deal. Whoever scheduled, I'm not going to say names, but somebody scheduled this Photoshop class incorrectly. And I have a class that I teach in the morning from 9 a.m. until 12:45. People ask questions. It's hard to disconnect. The next thing you know, it was, I have a 15-minute break after having taught all morning. And then at 1 p.m., I start with you guys. I'm good with half an hour, but 15 minutes is not enough to let me have lunch, reset my brain, and start teaching Photoshop. Mainly because people keep asking questions and they hang on, and next thing you know, it was basically 12:55 before today I managed to disconnect from my Illustrator class. And then at 1, I had to turn on again. So in those 5 minutes, I did not get a chance to take a break. I'm going to do better at closing it up at 12:45, but I have a request. Is it okay with you guys if we move the class by 15 minutes? So instead of from 1 to 4:45, can we move this class to 1:15 to 5 p.m.? So 15 minutes, just so that I can have a little break. Now, don't feel like if you can't do it, then tell me no. If it's a lot of no's, it'll be no. But if it's 1 or 2 no's, then maybe I'll ask you to complete the last little 15 minutes by watching the recording. I just need to be alive at the end. So the question is, if 1:15 to 5 p.m. works for you, give me a yes. If it doesn't work for you, give me a no. And we'll see. It looks like most people are saying, I wanted to do an anonymous poll, and I had done it, but I did it in my Photoshop class, and I noticed it's not set up here, and sorry, in my Illustrator class, so that you guys had to be anonymous. I don't want to shame you into doing it, but okay, from what I am seeing, everyone has answered and answered in the chat, and you all seem to be saying yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so it's not official, like in the schedule, it'll still say that, but we'll start meeting at 1:15, okay? And I'll in my email, I'll say, join me at 1:15, and then we'll go till 5. And thank you so much, guys. I know Fridays, it's hard to push it further back, but and I'm fine with half an hour, but 15 minutes, it's pushing even my my brain is not able to function. All right, thank you so much for that, you guys. Know that if you need to leave early, you'll always catch up the last 15 minutes, you can catch up. And also know that I'm happy always, unless I have some hugely important thing, I can always stay behind at the end after 5 and answer other questions and stuff like that. What I can't do is stay after class for my Illustrator students so that I can see you guys and still have brain cells functioning. Yes, Vera, your hand is up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to be anonymous, and when I went to edit, I can't type in there. What am I doing wrong?
So you know what? If you can't do it, and I don't know why you couldn't do it, but I can do it for you. So that's okay. The one
It's
that's
going to happen in
anonymous.
the future with the assignments that I'm going to post.
No, yours says Vera Dietrich, fall class files, screenshot.
No, it said anonymous up.
Oh, at the very top it says anonymous.
Uh-huh.
That's fine. Everyone's, if you look, says anonymous, except for mine, because I'm the creator of the Padlet. That's why I have you write your name.
Oh, I
And you
see.
wrote
Okay.
Vera Dietrich. Wait,
Okay.
but because the top says anonymous, but someone here said anonymous and left it as anonymous, which I believe it says Tracy. You can edit that and you can just go here and I'm just going to write Tracy so that now it doesn't say anonymous anymore. So you can edit it and add the name. So, but see how everyone says anonymous at the top? That's
Yeah.
why I have the solution of write your name, right?
Okay.
Because otherwise it says
I
anonymous.
just thought they were being really
Otherwise-
quiet.
Otherwise, you'd all have to have your own Padlet account, and then it becomes like, I have one, I don't have one. It's too much of an issue. This is easier. I just have the Padlet account and you
Right.
just write in your name.
Thank
All
you.
right, so yeah, no, good question. I hadn't noticed that because yeah, it says anonymous over at the top for everyone else. Okay, cool. I'm glad you asked that question. All right, guys, so let's do this. Does anyone not yet have the class files? Okay, so that's really important right now. Is anyone still needing the class files?
Yeah, because, I mean,
Oh, well.
they haven't updated yet.
Except for Tracy, that's so weird. I'm gonna
I
go
know.
look at I need to look at the roster.
I did
Because-
get back in though on my computer onto our Zoom, so that's working.
Yeah, I let you in. Let me look really quickly at the roster to see if I see you. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give everyone a break. We're gonna come back and we're gonna jump into Photoshop. So let me look for one quick second to make sure, because there's a few other people. So Tracy D. Dorn, there you are. Cherise Dornan. So, okay, so then that might be a problem that you need to deal with. If it still doesn't come in, then you need to talk to, there's an issue with your pipeline account. And you need to talk to Pipeline. So are you sure you're in your school pipeline account and not in like a personal Gmail account?
No, I'm in Pipeline.
Okay,
'Cause I
good.
can
And I know-
navigate down through it. Yeah, I can navigate everywhere, but
yeah, okay. So then it's not shared with me, it's shared drives. I'm just going by the things that could be a problem. Shared drives, not shared with me.
it's shared drives. I have to log back in, but yeah, over on the
That-
upper right.
That's okay, that's okay,
Yeah.
yeah, well, because some people, again, I'm going through what the typical issues are. Some people click on my drive or shared with me, and it's in shared drives,
Yep, I know.
that's all, okay.
Yeah.
So then, plan C is you need to get help from Santa Barbara City College student tech support, because they're the ones who can handle when pipeline isn't working, they have to fix it for you. So I just put a
Okay.
link in here, which will disappear because the chat closes after class. But at the end of class, if you look at the email that I sent, at the very bottom of the big email, I say, if you have issues, go to Tenor Tech Support. That's that link.
Yeah.
It's a Zoom. Connect to that. They're not available on Fridays. So if it still doesn't work all the way through Mondays, you have a whole week to connect with them. And because that's a pipeline account issue that I can't, because by now you're in the roster. As long as you're in the roster, you should be seeing it. So I'm kind of, I can't help you fix that, so to say.
Yeah, I
Okay.
logged out of there and I'm gonna log back in just to see if it updates, but I understand what you mean, how to go get, also I'll work on that
Yeah,
Monday.
it's just kind of, I'm limited to what the issue is. All right, guys, thank you. We all have now the Padlet, and I haven't checked if you all posted in Padlet, so please do so to make sure you all can. And most importantly, please publish your class day at the end of the day. Sometimes I might forget to tell you, please put today's screenshots on the Padlet, but you know that that's part of the class, so just do it. Like if you forgot and you closed out, then open it up later and do a screenshot, and during the week, put it in there. Remember to put the Padlet in there because that's how I can justify your attendance. And if you watch the class recording, then try to do the work and post the work that you do when you were missing in there, just so that when you come back, I know that you're caught up, right? And that class can continue. All right. Let's go ahead, and I'm just going to kind of keep my VDI alive again because we've been still for quite a while. So I'm going to, for those of you who are on VDI, I don't want VDI to disconnect. So I'm going to ask you guys who are on VDI and everyone else at home too, let's just open a file in Photoshop from Bridge so that Photoshop kicks open. That way our VDIs stay alive during break, and then everyone already has a file open that we're going to begin to work with when we get back, okay? So we're going to start, we're going to scroll down to the bottom, and we're going to go over here to the very last file, which is V with Vibrance. And by the way, Alan, I just noticed your comment of whether there's some new files, and Sabrina answered yes. I added a few files, and this is one of those new ones. Did you get a chance to download them yet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good, because if not, we could use an old class file. But okay, if you have them, then you should have them. Scroll to the very bottom. Vibrance, it's a JPEG. I'm going to deal more with what Bridge is for and all of that later. Right now, all I want you to do is double click on this class file, and it will open. Because it's a JPEG from Bridge, it will kick Photoshop into opening. See how my mouse is beginning to do this little thing, and it's hard to see in on the PC that something is happening on VDI, but it's beginning to open. And once it's finished opening, it'll just sit there. It'll be open, and we'll go and take our break. And when we get back, we will be able to now I'm noticing that I personally didn't download the new class files myself. So I need to do that for my Bridge. So let me do that. So let me go over to the chat. And what time is it? I'm going to give us a 15-minute break. It's 2:53. Can someone calculate that for me? My brain is not working. How many is 50? It says 2:54 right now. So okay, so 2:55 would be easy. That would be 10 minutes past 3. So 9 minutes past 3. So we're going to say at 3:09, be back. All right. See you guys in 15 minutes. All right, come on back. Come on back, my little tiny baby dinosaurs. Mama dinosaur is ready to continue. How ridiculous can we be, right? In fact, it used to be that all I did was use the green wig with the witch's hat and stuff like that. But 1 or 2 Halloweens ago, this little dinosaur got sewn onto it for some reason. And I also put on this little boa here, which is the same color. And it's been more colorful, but it makes it much harder to teach with headsets because that thing is on the head. As you can see, I just like the green wig. I don't care if there's a dinosaur on top or not. I just want green hair for a day, once a year. Straight green hair, by the way, because the whole point here is it could be any color. And the fact that it's straight is what makes it so different. And once a year, I can have it.
But you can wear it on St. Patrick's Day too.
That's true. I should celebrate St. Patrick's. There you go. And I can have a good excuse to wear it twice a year. Maybe Easter, who knows? I mean, Easter bunnies, who cares what color, right? It could be the grass. I'll find excuses. All right. I guess if I put a pumpkin on the head, I could even push it for Thanksgiving. All right, is everyone back? I'm seeing a couple of faces popping in. Yeah, Diane, I hear what you're saying about the iPad. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I understand. When you decide if you're going to be on VDI or not, if you're on VDI, you won't need to download files. But if you're going to be on your own applications, then you will need to download the files. So you can decide that between here. And you can email me during the week and I can support you with those kind of questions if you need. Okay. So I went on break, supposedly to have my break. And then someone emailed me saying they had just registered to the class. And can I please send them the link? So I don't know, since I just sent them the link, if they're going to show up. But yeah. Anyway, that was my break, dealing with questions from school. But it's almost it's almost time. It is time. Not it's almost time. It is time to attack Photoshop, since we are all raring to go. Here's my deal. I'm going to first share this screen where I am working with VDI. So on VDI, I wanted to make a distinction, which is that on VDI, the school is still using Photoshop 2022. In fact, when I go over here to the start menu over here, so it says Bridge 2022, Photoshop 2022, et cetera, okay? But for those of us who, oh, and by the way, VDI, when you open up Photoshop, is going to give you this message that says your graphics processor is incompatible, I have sent this page a few times now to the tech support people. They have fixed one of the messages, but the other one is still a problem. They just have a system. Photoshop is, you know, Adobe in general is getting more and more graphics card user intensive. And they're trying to see if they can fix this. But right now, what I've found today, that even with this message, I've been able to use 99% of Photoshop's tools. There's only 1 or 2 content aware tools that really don't like working in VDI. When we get to those, I'll let you know, do my best. But yeah, you know, that's how it is. So just say okay to this message if you're getting that, if you're on VDI. Now, I'm going to change and share. Well, I don't need to change and share my screen yet for the Mac. What I was going to say is on the Mac side, if you are on the Creative Cloud and if you are using the same, you know, the automatic updates, then at this point, Photoshop has updated, and it has updated itself to version 2023. So I have a ton of things open and my computer was having issues. So I'm just closing a couple of things here. I had to open the my letter to send the info to this woman who just joined us. There we go. Now my computer has only Zoom and Photoshop and Bridge open. Just needed to make sure that my computer can still share stuff with you guys. Okay. So on a Mac and on a PC, we're going to be PC. PC really means personal computer, so Macs are also PCs. But when I say that, usually it's how we describe Mac or PC, but it's really personal computers versus Windows. So on a Mac or a Windows computer, the program is very similar. The programs are very similar. I'm going to go ahead and show you that right now. The differences that we're going to see are probably going to be based much more on the fact that we're a version away. So some tools and things that are in the new version, I will show a couple of the new tools. I don't necessarily want always to show the newest tools, but I'll show you a few of the goodies that they're making, because they keep getting certain tools better and better. The subject selection is getting so much better. So if you're on your own home computers and you haven't yet upgraded, know that for the home computers, I'll be using my 2023 applications, and for the VDI, I'll be using 2022. So it could be that at home you still are using your 2022 as well, in which case it's time to go to the iCloud and upgrade. That said, my computer told me that I should also be upgrading my operating system. I have an older Mac and I can't go past Monterey, and I have it set up to Big Sur, and it wants me to go up to Monterey. It's been working anyway, but basically your computers are trying to keep up with the new Adobe. Adobe takes up a lot of system resources. So it wants you to have the latest operating system, latest everything. So be aware, don't move up to 2023 if maybe your computer can't move beyond operating system Catalina, just stay in 2022 and live happy with it. No, you have to be above Catalina. You have to be in Big Sur to make these work. Anyway, all I'm saying is, and I don't want to get you into all the weeds of the tech support, but keep upgrading your operating system, you kind of your Adobes, you kind of need to keep upgrading your operating system, because they're made hand in hand to support each other. And at some point, if it's beginning to lag a lot, you're going to have to buy a new computer, because they really are pushing. My computer is a 2015, which at this point we're in, it's old. It's 7 years old, and it's the last I can stretch it. I was hoping to stretch it one more year. I'm not sure. Maybe I can only stretch it 6 more months, only because I use the latest and greatest Adobe programs. If not, if you're not doing that, you can probably keep using your computer as long as it keeps running. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to compare. I'm going to show you a comparison of the way Bridge looks right now in both applications. So I'm going to head over here.
Diana, this has to do with the upgrade. When I try to upgrade, there's a box that says can't upgrade Photoshop. Update later, update now. If I click update now, I get the same white box giving me that message.
Well, it could be based on the power of your computer or your operating system. What operating system are you using?
Let me see about this Mac.
Are you in a Mac?
A Mac 11.6.
Does it have a name? Just give me the name.
Mac's Big Sur.
Sur, yeah. So mine is also a Big Sur, but I have a lot of RAM on mine. I have 32 gigs of RAM. So I was able to upgrade with Big Sur to 2023, but it's warning me that it wants me to go up. So I'm thinking if you don't have a lot of RAM, maybe it's figuring out that your computer won't be able to use it. I also have a good graphics processor, so maybe it's going, nope, can't upgrade. Your computer isn't powerful enough. Do you know what year your computer is from?
Look again.
The top layer is going to tell you late, early 2020, late 2017. It'll going to say something there.
I'm looking at that box that says overview. Is that where you find?
Yeah, overview. It'll say Mac OS Big Sur, and then it'll say Mac, laptop, iMac, whatever it'll say.
219.
2019. So
Right.
2019 should be able to work. So then I'm a little bit flummoxed because I'm at 2015. If it's a 2019, it should be working. You should probably check in with Adobe to see what the requirements are for 2023. And if not, call Mac, call the Apple support and ask them if you can upgrade beyond Big Sur because you need to do your Adobe, and they can tell you what's up with your, and I can't go into the intricacies of your entire computer. If you're in my Mac classes, I can look into that for you. But if you're not in my Mac classes, I'm gonna have to ask you to go and get help from Apple and stuff like that, because I don't know the details of what your 2015 might have, low memory or something like that. Okay.
Thank you.
All of this is to say, these applications take a lot of power, really. So I'm not just trying to give a technical support class on Windows or Mac. Rather, I'm trying to tell you that if you're going to be using all these applications, you probably need to kind of be aware that you need to maybe be upping your ante, so to say, with regards to computer applications if it begins to go slow. That's why. All right, I'm going to share two different screens right now, which is my bridge from my Mac and my bridge from my PC, so that you guys can get an idea of how to, here we go. So here on the left side, oh, I just disconnected my speakers. Hold on. My headsets, I mean, I got trapped. Okay. So here's the stuff that I'm showing on the left. And I know that I'm probably taking up a lot of your screen because I'm going, horizontal. I won't normally be comparing both. And actually, here, let me actually move this a little bit more like that, because really the fair comparison is like that. As you can see, here what I'm doing is showing you just bridge. And for the most part, everything is going to show up very similarly. The windows are a little bit different, but it's fine. No matter if you're in a Mac or in a PC, you can probably tell that it's the same stuff. That said, on the over here on the bridge for the Mac, it's possible that down here you're going to have to open this one called File Properties, because if it just updated, it might have it closed like mine is. I'm going to do that. So if you see a File Properties that has a little caret here and you don't see the information, go ahead and open it. So all of what Bridge does, and we're going to use it for more than this, but not for much more, is help us find our files. So connect them to all the other Adobe applications. And it's also going to help us open raw material from here. And you'll understand more what raw files are once I get to that explanation. So it also lets us open 2 or 3 different files as separate layers in one same role. So there's a lot of stuff I can do. I can do a lot. For those of you who like to organize your images, you can do a whole bunch of organizing and filtering and creating collections. So for those of you who really want to do organization, this would be the equivalent to Lightroom when it comes to organizing your files. Only Lightroom only works for photography, versus Bridge works for all kinds of Adobe files. So one thing you're going to find here in these files is that you're going to have all kinds of files, not just photography files. So you can, for those of you who take my Illustrator classes or my InDesign classes, you'll see that I can put in, sound, music, and put a lot of stuff in here. Since we are doing Photoshop, though, we're only using Photoshop files. Notice that there's some files here on the right side, and this is why I'm comparing Mac to PC. Here is the second file up called Bookhouse. Is an extension, and it might be really tiny, so it's hard for you to see, but it's an extension that says .heic. So the second file from the top, alphabetically ordered, is called Bookhouse, and it's called HEIC. Okay, that's the extension. If I look at that, at least on VDI, in VDI, this is not showing me a preview. Is that happening to other people who have a PC, who are not on VDI? Who's on a PC, who's not on VDI, you guys?
It's Krista, I'm on a PC and yeah, I don't see it. There's no,
Yeah, but you're on
image.
VDI, you're on VDI, so.
Yeah.
That's,
Mhm.
I want someone who's on their native file. And Peggy, did you say you're on a PC?
Yes,
Are you able to see a preview of the HEIC?
yes.
Okay, good. Because that's one of the updates they did to the new bridge. So if you're on
Yeah.
2023, you can use it. 2022 still does not recognize this file format. Let me
I
explain what
know.
this file format is. What photographs from an iPhone that get taken right now get saved as HEICs.
Yeah.
So the old bridge, basically 2022 was not so old, we're still in that year, didn't recognize HEIC. It's a relatively new format. The new bridge, which I have here, already does accept it. By the way, Mac people 2022 already could see it because it's a Mac format, but PC people couldn't see it. So that's an upgrade or an update. So if you're someone who has a PC but uses an iPhone and uses iPhotos and that kind of stuff, you can use Bridge now for all those photos. And for those of you who use a Mac, you can also go here into the pictures folder and access your photos library. And for those of you who've taken my classes for photos, you know that you can store all your files on a Mac in your photos library, and Bridge can access it too. Anyway, so these are just little extras because many of you come from others of my classes. And so I'm trying to put the webs together of what's possible and what's not possible. So now these files, if I were to try to open an HEIC right now in my VDI, right? And if I double click on it and to try to open it in Photoshop, it would tell you additional software is needed to open HEI files. So you could not do it, okay? You were not able to do it. So we're not going to be using those files that are HEIC right now, because when I put them in there, I wasn't aware that in the VDI we couldn't open them up. I was going to clean them up and I didn't. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to I did want to use this file for learning, so I'm going to transfer save them as a JPEG and put them back in here. But for now, since VDI is restricting us because we're on 2022, we're not going to be using HEICs, but they are equivalent to JPEGs. Okay, they're equivalent to JPEGs. They're already compressed files. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, what an JPEG is right now, just so you know. That's not, there's a couple of other files that are being accepted now that weren't being accepted before, so that's cool. All right, so I had told you guys to open go open the Vibrance image, which was this one in Photoshop, and as you can see, it was a JPEG. You double clicked and Photoshop recognized that and opened it inside of it kicked open Photoshop and Photoshop opened up. Now, I want you to see that I've expanded my Photoshop to fill the screen. So again, if your Photoshop is kind of like in this in between mode where, oh, sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I've had an issue with VDI before when I did that. Let me see if it fills my screen now. Okay, so if your Photoshop is smaller, please click on this little guy so that it fills your screen. And then, now I'm talking to PC people or VDI people, to switch from Bridge to Photoshop. All you need to do is this. I don't want you guys dragging applications to the side to go from one to the next. This is probably the worst thing that happens with people. And then, as I said, you might need these things and you might go, no, I don't see them. I don't see them. Why? Because you grabbed this and you pushed it down. So then, of course, you don't see that stuff, but that stuff is necessary. Does that make sense? So please don't be dragging things in and out. Just fill your screen with them, have everything you need available. And then when I say go to Bridge, click on your Mac over here on your taskbar and go to Bridge. And then when I say go to Photoshop, click on your taskbar and go to Photoshop. Now, on the Mac, it's the same. I'm actually going to have to ask you to, I can't share the doc with you because I'm sharing the other files with you, but go to your doc. And again, so here's Bridge. And all I need to do is I need to click on Photoshop for Photoshop to go up, or the BR icon on my doc, or BR to go to Bridge, PS to go to Photoshop. Does that make sense? See how I'm switching back and forth using my dock. So Mac people, the dock is that thing at the bottom that has the big icons. Click on those two and we'll flip back and forth all the time. And you don't need to be like worrying about moving things all over the place. The next thing I want to say, and then I'm done with admin questions, is turn everything off on your computer. Close every application before this class starts, okay? Don't have your email and your web where you're checking out the news and the message and all that, because it's really not going to work for you. Please make sure to have only Photoshop and Bridge open and Zoom. All right, cool. So Leon is joining us right now. All right, so here we go. So now I'm going to stop this share and I'm going to keep sharing only with the PC, the Mac versions of my programs, okay, for a bit. And when there's questions, I'm going to go back and forth. So now I'm on the Mac versions of the programs. So let's switch back to Bridge. Okay, I just showed you how to go between Bridge and Photoshop, switch back to Bridge. And over here, let's go and check out that photo that we opened by putting our mouse on it, which is down here. Now it's so tiny that if you want to see these a little bit bigger, to see by image, not by file name, what to do, you could go down to this little slider over here and you can click a little plus, make them bigger, or you can grab the slider and make them a lot bigger. I personally don't like to see them this big. Some people do, but then it's a hard time. I have to scroll through everything to see my files. So my go-to thing would be to have these be quite a bit smaller. As long as I can kind of see the image right there, that's good enough for me. And what I need then, when I need to see this file bigger, is I hit the space bar on my keyboard and then it fills my screen and then it stops. Now, I don't know if when I do this, my whole screen is sharing, because I believe I'm sharing a specific window, so it might not be working. Let me do this way. So it's confusing, but when I hit the screen, see how it takes over my whole screen? It shows me the full size window, and then I hit space bar again and it goes down. So hit the space bar, see it really big, and then go down. That's a much better way. And now I'm going back to showing you just these two. That's much better than having to open it in Photoshop to see it, which is what we did, but we already knew we wanted to open it. And it's better than trying to make this bigger and smaller. So it's just a space bar on your key that goes up in and out and in and out. All right. So hi, Leon. Nice to see you. I'm going to let you catch up and we can talk a little bit later, because right now we're kind of got it. Thank you, Leon. All right. So here we go. We will now look at this file also through the, oh, here comes Linda, who I just said I just emailed. So I'm going to say the same thing. Both Linda and Leon have to catch up. So give me a second, because Linda is joining us right now. And I'm going to basically say the same thing, which is stop my share for a minute. All right. So hi, Linda. Can you hear me? Your sound is off. So if you're trying to talk to me, you need to unmute yourself. Here you go. Hi, Linda. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Good. So obviously I just found out you were in the class, so I just sent you the info. So we've been in class since 1 p.m. So for now, just kind of hang out and get a feeling for what we're doing. At the end of the class, we can talk a little bit, and then I can get an idea of where you're at. And then I'm going to send you the class recording so that you can catch up. Okay.
Perfect.
But for now, if you don't mind, I'm going to ignore you because there's just too much. It's too much to catch up. One question only I have is, do you have these applications or do you not have these applications, Photoshop and Bridge? Do you own them?
I don't have Bridge. I have Lightroom, but I can get Bridge.
But we're not doing a Lightroom class, it's Photoshop. Do you have Photoshop?
I do, yes.
Okay, if you have Photoshop, if you have Lightroom, then you have Bridge, because the same account has all three. So go ahead, and while we're talking, go ahead and take time to download Bridge, because we're going to be using Bridge. When you use Lightroom, that has its own organizer. When we use Photoshop, we use Bridge as its organizer, okay? So it's kind of like the organizer for Photoshop. All right, so go ahead and work on getting Bridge set up, and then I'll talk to you afterwards
Okay.
to catch you up a little bit. Okay, great. So okay, so I'm back to sharing my screens. All right, here we go. So now this is Bridge, by the way. What I'm showing right now is Bridge. And here we're going to be looking at the metadata of this photo for a second. So this is the photo that we just opened in Photoshop. And I just showed you that if you hit the space bar, you see it big, but you also have a little version of it here. And then down here, you have a lot of the information, the metadata of this photo. Now this metadata is information that comes engraved in the photograph when you click the camera. Okay, so you can add new metadata, and that's what we do here on this side. And we can create keywords. You know, we on this side you can create keywords. You can say what it belongs, what it's all about, to help you then find it. There's a whole bunch of stuff you do in Bridge that has to do with organizing and finding your files. But what shows up here under file properties is ingrained in the image as it came out from the camera. Okay, so sometimes it matters to us to know it, and sometimes not. In this case, for this image, the only thing I want you guys to keep in mind, and we're going to learn more about this as we go, is this number, 1920 by 1280. What this number is saying right there is actually the dimensions in pixels of this file. If I kind of scroll a little bit further down or move down, and you'll see over here that there's also this word that says file size, dimensions, and dimensions in inches. So those three all seem to imply a file size of some kind, but they point to different things. File size refers to how big this file is as a file, as in how much space it occupies in your computer. By the way, I just noticed, for people who don't know me, hi Linda, I'm just wearing my cute little Halloween costume. I don't normally look this way, in case you think I really have this kind of dinosaur on my head all the time. Sorry, I thought I had to explain myself away for a second. Happy Halloween. Over here, file size is one of the important features, and thus it is summarized up there. Dimensions is the other important feature, and that's why it's summarized up there, 1920 by 1280. And the dimension in inches, which right now says 26 inches by 17 inches, basically 27 by 18 inches, is not there. That should give you a clue or an inkling that this one is a little bit of a, let's just say, false friend, because this is kind of meaningless as a number unless it's related and to this one that says resolution. This resolution here, on the other hand, is up there, so it's an important one. So these two numbers only have any meaning within their relationship to each other. We're going to learn much more about that. I'm going to be having you reading some handouts, but let me just say that for those of you who've never encountered this conversation before, this is what we talk about when we're interested in printing a photograph. So if you're going to go print this photograph, no matter what medium you're going to print it on, you need to care about the resolution of this file and thus how big it'll be. If you're not going to print it, your photograph is only going to be presented on the screen, on a website, on a blog, on social media. Who cares? Resolution does not matter whatsoever. The only number that matters is pixels. So pixels always matters, either for printing or for screening. So this is really the numbers that matters to us, the 920 by 1280. That gives us a lot of information. So we're going to go ahead and talk more about what that information matters, but just so you know, this is dependent on the camera you took the photograph with. So if someone gave you a photo that they've already taken, this will depend upon their photograph. So if they took it with an iPhone, it's different than if they took it with a big old DSLR that's, full of lenses, and they spend a ton of money, and they actually bought a really new camera, and it's got a huge capacity, and suddenly you'll say huge numbers in there, 4,000, 5,000, 10,000, who knows how many pixels, depending on how much money you spend, you can have many more pixels in there. Versus if you took it with an iPhone, for example. Now, how many pixels you capture will be meaningful later when we're trying to do cropping and stuff like that. But for the most part, the main meaningfulness it will have is how big I can print that photograph. Okay. So if I have a ton of pixels, I can print it on the, mural on the side of my truck. If I have very few pixels, I can only get maybe a 2x3 wallet-sized picture of your photograph. So that's really the meaning of all these pixels. Okay. All right. So now that we know, keep in mind, we have a 1920 by 1280. We've already opened it. So we double clicked it. And so we went into Photoshop. We're going to click in Photoshop. And here it is. This is that photo that I just told you about. And most of you do not have the rulers turned on over here. So first of all, let me have you guys turn on these rulers so that you can have the same numbers as me. And you can either do it with a shortcut. If you like shortcuts, Command for the Mac, Control for the PC, and hold down the Command or Control and tap the letter R for rulers, or go up to View and turn on. I have to, unfortunately, so that I can share this more efficiently with you, I'm going to have to move these things over. Trying to find a way to share all my screens with you efficiently because I'm sharing. So I'm going to add these 3. Hold on, I'm resharing my screen. Okay, so if you go up to View, which on the Mac computers is way up on the top of the screen, and you can say Show Rulers. As you see, the shortcut could be Control R for PCs or Command R for Macs. So it's going to turn on a ruler, and this rulers on both sides are going to show us at the beginning a whole bunch of numbers that are the same numbers as the one I was just reading out to you, right? In Bridge. If I go to Bridge, I just told you that there's 1920 by 1280, right? Those are the pixels per side. So it's 1920 and it's 1,920 pixels on the widest side and 1,280 pixels on the top to bottom side. If I go into Photoshop, that's what these numbers are telling me. Here's a 0 and here's a 0 in my ruler. And as I go to the end of the ruler, there I'm seeing I'm around the 1900s, 1920. You see that? And here, over here, I'm about at the 1200s. Now, how many of you guys, by knowing the number of pixels, can tell me how big or small an image is going to be? Yes, no, maybe. Hopefully you're not quiet because you don't know the answer, but because because you can't speak or something, but because the answer is it's unknowable. It's completely unknowable. Pixels are not a size that can be understood because pixels can be any size. A pixel is kind of like something that can explode and be huge or be really tiny. It can be compressed or it can be really big. So knowing the number of pixels means nothing to how big this file is going to be. So let's go and change that number to something we understand a bit better. Put your mouse, the tip of your mouse on that ruler, do a right click. And then let's switch this for now to inches, which might be a bit more meaningful to us. For those of you, I'm from Argentina. For me, more meaningful would be centimeters. Although if you're from, any country who has some rational numbering system, you're welcome to change it into that. Now I'm going to have everyone be against me. But since I'm in the United States, I'm going to switch to inches. You have no idea how many conversations we have with this about my husband about how everyone tried to learn it and failed and that kind of stuff. But anyway, he was of the time in school when they were still trying to make Americans switch, and it didn't happen. All right, so now we have inches. And now what we're seeing is, yes, this number that says 26 and something inches wide by 16, almost 17 inches tall. And if you remember, if you go back to Bridge, yeah, there it is. Dimensions in inches, it said 26.7 by 17.8. See that? So now this number is something that we can see inside of Photoshop, because otherwise you wouldn't have seen that number any which way. So now you can see it here in the rulers. Now, the biggest fallacy of this is that next to these numbers, you have the number 72 PPI. So I'm pointing to another place here, and I'm going to get a little color on my mouse so that you can see my mouse a little bit better. There's a little red tip. I'm pointing down here to a place inside of Photoshop where you can see these numbers without having to keep switching back and forth to Bridge. Here it says 1920 pixels by 1280 pixels. It's really tiny, so you better pull out your glasses, and between parentheses 72 PPI. So that relationship is the one that tells me that I can't really print this photo 26 inches by 17. What I really can do with this photo is change the PPI to become the number 300. And then my photo will be much tinier. It'll give me about a 3 by 4 inch picture. So that conversation I want to be able to have as we move forward. And before I go deeper into this conversation of printing and resolution, I want to give you all guys some homework. You have a whole week to read a handout. I'm going to go back to our class handouts. And remember, I already told people how to get the class handout, so you'll learn about this later, Linda. And in the class handouts, there's one handout in particular that I want you all to read. If you haven't read it yet, if you've taken my class before, read some other ones. But this one, it's called New Pixels, Image Size, and Image Resolution in Photoshop. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat. It's going to be called New Pixels, comma, Image Size, and Resolution in Photoshop. So I just wrote it in the chat. That's the file name. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and download this and send it to you guys, but you can also do that. You can right click and download it so that then you have it in your computer to read it, or you can actually, so here it comes, or if you don't want to download it, you can double click on it and open it up and just scroll down and read it. It's 13 pages long. I don't expect this handout to teach you all about resolution. I want you to read it so that when next week I talk about resolution, it makes more sense to you. There's a couple of others: image resolution and print quality, how to resize images for Photoshop, how to resize images for print. If you want to have, you know, if you read that one too, all these that you read, the better, but start with this one. Okay. All right. Back to sharing my screen with you. All of this matters if you ever want to print your photos. Okay. To understand how to get the best print. All right. So now, any questions before I continue about the handouts, the files I just pointed to, anything about that?
Diana, I have a question about the Photoshop. My picture of this woman takes up the whole gray box. I didn't know how to make it smaller, kind of so it looks like yours.
Yeah, that's actually great question, because that's what we're going to be doing next. So that's perfect. I was about to start showing you the basic controls, so you're on the right vibe there. Okay. Here we go. What size we see the image here means nothing also, and we want to be able to approach or go further away out of our image. And so what I'm doing right now, I'm using shortcuts. If you are on a PC, you have to hold down the control key and then click the plus sign to make things bigger until you're really near, or the minus key to get smaller. If you're on a Mac, you'll use the command key to go plus and minus, okay, for Mac people. It's the same exact thing. That's the only difference. Now, what if you want to quickly just fill your screen with the size? Then you go with Control or Command 0, and that fills your screen. Now, the whole image fills your screen, so you're not missing out parts of it, versus if you do Command or Control plus, you begin to kind of zero in on it. And now I'm not seeing the whole image. So if I want to scooch around my image, I have to hold down my space bar. And when I hold down my space bar, I get this little hand icon, and then I can begin to scroll, click and drag and scooch around to see this woman's yarns and her earrings, and then all the way over here to see the lights. Okay, so I am holding down the space bar so that I can see more. And then I'm going to keep going up and up and up, Control or Command plus, 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 plus. And now we're beginning to see those pixels that we've been talking about. Okay, as you go more and more in, Control plus, the image becomes this abstract set of pixels. And one thing I can still hold down my space bar and keep moving around. There's two things that this makes us notice is that each pixel has only one color and that there are no sharp lines in Photoshop because anything that ends, we thought it was a very clear ending of a person's face and then there's a background or a light or a sweater, is really a gentle transition of little boxes into a different color. So there's millions of colors that give us the details that end up forming a beautiful, detailed photographic image. It's millions of pixels coming together and gently, even if this was a sharp line on the wall ended, or a sharp ending of the person's hair against the wall. When you approach, it looks soft like this. You cannot get sharp diagonals out of little boxes, right? But even if you have an image that is exactly straight, it'll softly, like you have a light post or something that's a perfect straight line, it'll have some pixels on the left or on the right that'll softly slow it down. So these pixels, as I move backwards, I'm going to do Control minus or Command minus, are what we were talking about when we were saying that we have 1,200 of them going sideways or 1,800 going up and down. So when I want to see if this image is good, this is looking kind of fuzzy and weird. Her face looks kind of off and blurry. That's because I am seeing the pixels. So if I don't want to see the pixels and I want to see the image at its best way that it can show up on your screen, you need to see this at 100%. Down here, it says 800% for me right now. So down at the very bottom, next to the pixels, I showed you a number that right now, and mine says 800. It will be a different number for you. I'm going to want to make that be 100%. So if I can either keep zooming down, Control or Command minus, minus, minus until I get to 100%, or I can do Control or Command and then tap the letter 1, the key for the number 1. And here I am at 100%. And at 100%, this is as good as this image is going to look on my screen. At 100%, some of you guys will see a humongous image. You'll still see only part of her. Depending on your screen, 100%, you might see the entire image. I'm going to show you now what this looks like in my Mac. That was my PC. Here's my Mac. And at 100%, it's not dependent on whether you're on a Mac or on a PC. It's dependent on how many resolutions, how many pixels your computer screen can show you. Okay, so if you're on a computer screen like mine, which is a Mac, which is Retina screen, this image is showing pretty small. Versus Linda was mentioning on her screen, the image shows up really big, like she's only a portion of her screen. So if you're at 100% on another screen, you might be seeing only this part of her image or this part of the image. That's okay. That's because, that's not because, let me be clear. That's why you can't control the size of an image that goes on to be shown on a screen. You can print a 4x5, an 8x10, a 30x40 image. You can be very precise, but online, all of our screens are showing us something different. Like if I could grab a ruler and put it on this, my photo might be 7 inches wide, someone else's might be 8 inches wide, someone else's might be 10 inches wide, and yet we're all looking at the same photo. This is because of the different resolutions that our screens have. If I pick up my iPad, I'll see it at a different size. If I pick up if I could see it on my smartwatch or whatever, if I had one, I could see it in a different size. Okay, your phone. So it all depends on the screen that you're looking at. So that's why, and let me be clear, that's when the possible size resolution doesn't matter, because screen's resolution is fixed by the resolution that the screen you're looking at is set up. So if you bought a Samsung, or if you bought an iPhone, or if you bought a tablet, or if you bought a desktop or a laptop, that screen that you purchased, that's defining your resolution versus yourself in Photoshop. Okay, today this was very techie, and I went into that mode because I've been teaching my digital design techniques in my Illustrator class where techie stuff really matters. And so I kind of focused into this conversation. I also want to acknowledge that there's people who have taken my Photoshop classes before, and they want to know a little bit of all the technical stuff beyond just how to use Photoshop. So I'm trying to explain this part of it, but I understand that the first day, when there's a lot of people of different levels, that you might have different needs for this kind of information. So be patient for a second with it, and I'll get around to explaining. Everyone will get something out of different levels of stuff that I teach. And sometimes at the beginning, it might be like, oh, that's beyond what I need. And then as you progress through the class, you'll go, oh, okay, now I understand what she was talking about. But please ask me questions, okay? Because if I just kind of say things and you don't like participate, it'll be much harder for me to understand where the questions might be. I'm going to change tactic right now. And I'm going to talk about how to operate our workspace. Again, stuff that people who've already taken Photoshop know how to do. So, but for some of you guys, Photoshop is pretty new. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our workspace. On here, you might notice that when I show the Mac version of my screen, and the PC version is very light colored. See, and everything looks pretty white. And then when I share my screen again, no, I'm not sharing my screen. I'm sorry, I'm already sharing my screen. But when I go and show you my Mac Photoshop, it's looking kind of gray. These are things that you can change at your leisure. But on my PC, I am using the version that was chosen by the school, and they're choosing this background to be gray. And on my Mac version, I'm choosing dark gray instead of light gray. All of these things are changed through the preferences. So if you see something that looks very different than yours, it's mainly color-wise, it's looking different, but the stuff should be the same. If you find that the stuff isn't similar enough and you're confused about what you're showing you, please let me know, and I'll show you at what point it's truly a problem or a window that's missing. I know that visually it's pretty stark to see this and then to see this and to tell you that we're seeing the exact same thing. But it's just because of the color. Now, there's one more thing we do need to do, which is make sure that our workspaces are working the same way for all of us. So here, I'm on my PC right now. Go over here to the far right of Photoshop. Click on the window that looks like a little box on the furthest right, almost right under the off feature. And then we have different workspaces that we can choose. And look at the difference when I click on this one here. And see how, boom, all my palettes and windows changed. If I go to graphics and web, I'm going to go back to it again. And I'm going to, my computer's working a bit hard to show you so many different versions at the same time. Then I'm going to go into painting. And if I go into painting, it gives me others. We're going to switch and go into photography. We go into photography, we see these other palettes. So I want everyone to choose photography, and then I also want you to reset your photography. So go back after choosing photography, go ahead and say reset photography. And that'll leave our tools ready to go at about the same set of tools for all of us, Mac, PC, or whatever it is that we're working on. Okay, so over here on the photo in this version, in the Mac, it looks like this. This is where that window is showing. And I'm going to go for photography, and I'm going to reset photography right there. And now both my Mac and my PCs, no matter what it's showing, should have the same tools. Okay. Now, with this set of tools that are called photography come the tools that most photographers need to use Photoshop. Now, Photoshop is also used by graphic designers and illustrators and painters. It's got so many features, right? So it gives you different tools for your needs. And right now we're going to focus on photography tools. And when we do that, we eliminate from view other tools. But don't worry, anytime that you have a tool that you can't find that you need, you go up to the top and find it from window. So say that you wanted to be able to find, you're into photography, but you want to be able to find all of your text tools because you're going to be writing on it. Well, they won't be easily available. Go to your window and you go up to all your characters, for example, and you pop that up, and then all your text tools pop in there. So you're never not able to turn on other stuff. You just need to be able to start with one set of preset windows and then open up the rest that you need. So under window, you can open any window that's missing. So I'm going to go ahead and open, for example, my brushes. And so now suddenly all of this is appearing. When you have one of these appear, you can turn these on and off by clicking on this icon that appeared next to it. And so I open this one and close it. I open this one and I close it. I open this one and I close it. And it gives me less of these permanently open tabs so that I have more space for my image. So things I use less get put in here, and things I use more stay open right there. Now, depending on what you open, and I didn't particularly ask you for anyone in particular, I just went ahead and had you just open some. Some of them open up and pop up ahead, some open at the bottom. You know, once you change your palette, you won't have the same things that I have in class. So what I want us all to do so that in class we have the same information, I want us to go back and to reset our photography, and then all those extra stuff we just opened, look at this, is going to disappear. I'm going to reset photography and boom, all the new stuff disappeared. You see that? So you can willy-nilly change your workspace. You can add stuff, you take it away stuff. You can even have like windows that are floating, and you open them over here and then you move them to another place. Once you get accustomed to it, you can do whatever you want. But for the beginning, whenever your place is all messed up and something is missing, just go in and reset your palettes. And then it's kind of like grounding yourself back and having everything start from zero again. Here on your left side, you have your main tools that we're going to be using. And on the right side, we're going to be using modifiers for those tools up here and on the top. Okay, so look at this thing up there. And I'm going to click on a different tool and see how they changed. And I'm going to click on a different tool and they change again, on a different tool and they change again. So this is always going to be changing based on what tool I'm choosing. On the left side, that will change. So never will you have this constantly be there. These, on the other hand, do stay there. I click on that one, I'll have the same tools pop in. So these are your main set of tools, and these are the modifying panel. All right, let's go ahead and work a little bit with this image, and that let's decide what we can do to, most of the times you'll open a photo in Photoshop because you want to make it different. You want to make it change in it in one way or another. You want to make it more vibrant, darker, lighter. You might want to change out and put a different person sitting here instead of this person. So that's a big change. Like you might actually want to make it look like she's sitting by a waterfall. Who knows? These are all things you can do. But for the most part, most photos need a little bit of oomph and color or in light in order to make it better. So we're going to go ahead and do that to this photograph. And what we're going to do to it to start with is make a change to the entire photo. We're going to go ahead and make the entire photo look a bit more punchy, a bit more vibrant. And that's why this file is called Vibrance. We're going to go over here and look at our layers. Now, layers is the most important palette you can see in Photoshop, and depending on your file's size, your layers might, your window size, your layers might be way down there, way down there. So if so, let's head over here to where we see libraries and adjustments, and let's collapse the libraries that we're not going to be using right now by double clicking the word libraries. So it's like you just close that panel. If you click on it again, it opens up, and if you double click, it closes. And now I have a lot of space for my layers. You see that? So I'm gonna collapse my libraries, double clicking on it. And when I have a lot of space for my layers right there, now I'm gonna pump the colors up of this image to make them more vibrant. Now, how do we do that? We're gonna head down to these tools way down there, and the bottom of the layer panel. Okay, whoop, head all the way down. And then this little round ball that's in the middle of these tools, click on that one. And let's head over to this Vibrance. What we're doing here, we're adding an adjustment layer to our image. We're gonna adjust what's already there. So we're gonna click on this Vibrance adjustment layer. And when I do that, I'm going to get a new layer popping up right there, and a little window that opened up right there. So this is a new layer. We went from having one layer to having a second one. This is a Vibrance adjustment layer. And now I can go over here and move these sliders to see if I can make this photograph better. So I'm going to start with the top one, the Vibrance one. And I'm going to say that if I move this all the way to the left, I'm losing color in the image, but I don't lose it completely. They just become very muted. I'm going to double click, sorry, just simple click, and simple click is for a different thing. Move it back to the middle. Notice that the middle point is 0. This is where I started with. Now I'm going to move it and start adding punch to this photo till I get to the very top where I've added a ton. And it might have been subtle or it might have been strong. But if you're not sure, you can do the before and after by clicking on this little eyeball here and seeing this is how it started, this is where it's now. That's how it started, this is where it's now. Can you see how different the color got? Now, it's not huge, it is kind of subtle. I went all the way to the right with my Vibrance. I might want less vibrance. I might want just a little bit of vibrance. I just might want to pop the colors a bit. So I can gauge the before and after by clicking on this little eyeball. So I click and I hold it down. That's before, let go. That's the after. And I'm seeing that for the most part, her sweater is changing a lot, but her face is not changing so much. When I move all the way to the far right, I'm getting a little bit more depth in the yellow of the wood, a little bit more colorful here in the yarns, but for the most part, all I'm getting is a fairly warmer skin and nothing else. What Vibrance does, it's a pretty intelligent tool. And let me just collapse it for a minute so you can see the entire image. What Vibrance does is it decides what color need more pumping up than others. So it's a tool that allows the computer to choose which of these colors needed to be more equalized. So it found that the sweater was a bit less vibrant than other colors. So it spent more time making the color of the more vibrant. I'm going to bring this down to 0 again, down to the middle, and show you the difference with saturation. If I move all the way to the left, it loses saturation all the way to nothing, and it gives me a black and white image. It completely takes color away. If I move it back to the middle and I move it all the way to the right, it makes all the colors get much more saturated. And by the time I'm done, I'm looking at an image that looks kind of like it's neon and the skin is like it's an orange flame. And all the colors are just popping out at me, right? So that's exaggerating the saturation. But the whole point is that the saturation tool doesn't discriminate. It pops everything up, right? And so you have to be very careful with the saturation tool versus the vibrance. Mainly only saturates, that's what needed to be saturated. And this is the important thing, it always protects human skin. So it does its best to not end up with orange, weird skin. So ideally, when you have a human in the image, you want to use vibrance. And then maybe if you still want to pump up the colors a bit, you use a little bit of saturation, but you don't put too much vibrance in there. And then you look at it and you go, ooh, let me see, before and after. So now I've used a little bit of saturation because everything seemed a little bit lacking. And then I've used vibrance to give me more focus on these colors. And then I want to see the whole image. I pop this out and I am left with a properties icon here that I can open up and keep changing until I'm happy with it. I can close it again. And then here's my vibrance layer that is modifying my original image. Okay, so this is telling this image to look different. I can turn this eyeball off from here too. And that's my before image. And this is my after image. Turn it off. I'm seeing my original image. Turn it on. I'm seeing my new image. So this is what we call a non-destructive modification. And we have not really made this original image. If I ever wanted to turn it back into a less vibrant, less saturated sweater, I don't have to guess again because I have it there still. I don't have to take color away. I just take off this layer and I'm back to the original image. And this is how we're going to process everything in a way that it's non-destructive so that I can always keep modifying my choices and we're going to be using a lot of these adjustment layers to make changes. And we're going to be masking with this image a lot of the stuff that we don't want to be affected. So that this is going to be the core of how we're going to affect an image. Any questions? Anyone for whom this did or didn't work? How to make it open again or close again? How to readjust? Nope. I know quite a few of you guys have done this work before. So, you know, there's less questions, but for those of you for whom Photoshop is the first time you're opening this up, if you have any questions about how to make it work, please let me know. Let me check and see my newer students. Krista, I know Diane is not using it. Oh, Lisa, you're here. I know I let you in, but I just noticed that you're here. Sorry. It took me a minute. I was in the midst of something else when you popped in. All right. And then Linda, I know you can't do it right now, but you're watching. So at some point, and then Diane, who is also watching because her applications aren't set up yet. Let me see who else is here. Okay. The rest of you guys have done this a bunch of times, so you should be fine. All right. Now we've created a new file here because I've put in a layer. It's not a file that I can now save without creating a new version. So when I opened this file, it was a JPEG. Okay, so I'm seeing here where I opened it up from Bridge. It's a vibrance.jpg. The JPEG file is always one layer. It's always one layer and it's ready to be printed, ready to be put on the web, comes straight out of the camera as a JPEG. There's all these different things that a JPEG can be, but what it cannot do is hold another layer. So now in Photoshop, I put another layer in here. If I were to try to save this again as a JPEG, then these two would flatten. And now this photo would be forever changed into this set of colors. Okay. So ideally, I don't want to flatten and turn this forever into another set of colors. What I want to do is I want to conserve these layers. So I want to save this file as a separate file. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to save this as a separate file. But I'm looking at the time. I need to tell my VDI students, actually, I need to do something else for my VDI students. So people on VDI, hold on. Actually, let me do something else first, and then we're going to go into saving this file. I'm going to put another adjustment layer here so you see a bigger change. This one was about making the colors pop a little bit more. I'm going to make a different adjustment layer on top of this one. It's going to make me actually change the colors of this image. So let's go ahead, and this is something different. Those of you who've used the hue saturation, I don't believe I've shown this for a while. Maybe Peggy, who's been around for a while, but some other people might have not seen this one. Let's go back down to this adjustment layers icon, click on it, and we're going to choose actually a hue saturation layer, which you have used before, but I'm going to show it to you in a bit of a different way than I've shown it. So click on hue saturation. Again, another layer appears on top of the first one, and a different palette shows up here. And this one, if I were to use the hue slider, is going to change the colors of my entire image. So suddenly this poor woman who looked fine and dandy is looking a little bit like me, you know, green hair, purple skin. We're making her look like an alien, but hey, it's Halloween. Now what's happening with this hue saturation slider is that it is attacking all the colors of the image. Talk about the green witch. Is it Glenda? Who's the green witch in Oz? All the colors at once are being changed. So when you tell the blue to stop looking blue and to look green, then by force with this thing here, we're making all the other colors switch as well based on the color wheel. So anything that was pink now turns yellow, everything that was yellow now turns green, everything that was green now turns red, and so on and so forth. So when you have, especially when you have people in the picture, this is not a very useful slider. Versus if I had only masked out just her sweater and I didn't want her sweater to be blue, I could make her sweater be red, but the rest of her might still look normal. So one way to do that is to do masking, and we're going to be working with masking in the future. But there's another way to do this. First of all, let's put this back at 0, and I can move the slider around, or I can just go in there and type a 0 and hit return to get exactly to 0. Okay. Notice that there's also a place here where I could have saturated the colors, but I'm not going to use that right now. And instead, I'm going to target only, and I'm going to look at this image, and I'm going to say, I just want to target the color of her sweater. I don't want to make all the rest of the colors change. And in the past, many of you know that we can do this through masking. I'm going to show you how to do this just with a hue saturation by selecting not all the colors, but just some of the colors. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say, well, what kind of color is this sweater made out of? And here's the good news. I might not know because I think it's blue, but if I look at that blue, it looks like it's also a bit purplish. So that would be a combination of blue and maybe magenta. Maybe it has a bit of cyan. I don't know. So I can like guess, and I can say, oh, I'm going to go for blues. Let me just guess and assume it's blue. Now, when I move this slider, it's only going to affect my blue. See how I'm giving her now a blue sweater or a green sweater or a pink sweater. You see that? So even without masking, and I know because a lot of you guys have done a lot of masking with me before, masking would mean I would hide the rest of the image and only allow this one to be changed. Here, I'm just targeting the color that I want, and I'm going to target the blue. And as you can see, there's not much blue in the rest of this image, but there is some. Back here, we had the flag, right? Or maybe 2 flags because it's got 2 little blue spots. Notice that when I make this sweater be green, my flag is also getting a little bit of a green set of squares over there. Now, if that bugs me, you all know later we can fix that in the masking process. But now we've made her have a different color sweater without affecting much more of the image. Again, I can open this back and forth, or in this layer, I can double click on this little icon right there, and that also opens up the same set of tools. Okay, so now when I click on this hue saturation on and off, this little eyeball right there, I can see her before and after. And now when I do that, I can see that there's a few other blue things back there that are changing, a little few things back here that are changing. Okay, but I've managed to make that choice just by targeting a certain color. I'm gonna open this properties panel again, and let's go ahead and say what would happen if I were to target the yellows. Do you think there's a lot of yellow in this image? Yes. If I target the yellows, then we're really going crazy here, right? Because there's wood, and wood has a lot of yellow, so you have to be careful what you target. So there's a limit to certain images where, yeah, if you only wanted to target this wood, you can't really target the yellow because there's yellow everywhere in this image, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get this one back to 0 because I did not want the yellows to change. So of course, blue was specifically useful in this image because there's not much blue. So I was able to use it. So you have to be careful how you target it. But anyway, what if I hadn't known what combination of colors made up this sweater? Let's go over here. Let's select the blues again. And let's actually go back to 0. Type a 0 in there and hit return so that I do not have any change. These are my original blues. It's my original blues again. Again, I gave it a 0, and then you have to hit return for it to actually operate and turn it into a 0. So there's another tool over here that's kind of cool. I'm going to click, I'm going to actually change this blues and go back to master, by the way. Go back to master. Now I'm going to click on this little guy, this set, this little hand. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go point to the thing that I want to change. And I'm going to kind of click and drag right here. What slider is moving there on my screen? What slider is getting moved right there?
Saturation.
Yeah. So this little tool there is moving my saturation. So I can say, oh, I want to saturate the sweater a little bit more or less. Just by pointing to the area I'm trying to saturate, it is moving the saturation, but just for the sweater. It's not saturating the whole image. So maybe if I do want to saturate, but without affecting her skin, I can just grab this and say, I want this to be a little bit brighter. And then maybe I want these yarns to be a little bit brighter. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this and just do some saturation over there. Maybe this green is supposed to be brighter. Okay, so you can target a little bit, but you're in the same problem here that if I grab and target the yellows, guess what? There's a lot of yellows in this person's face, right? So again, this is a tool that can help you with certain circumstances, but when you target a color that's everywhere, you're in trouble. Who knew that we have so much yellow in our skin, or who knew that we have so much red in our skin? Had I gone to the reds, we would have found that we have a ton of red in our skins as well. I'm going to go ahead and put this back to 0, put this one back to 0 as far as saturation, but I was just showing you that sometimes you can just target the image with that. So if it stays on, if I want to turn it off, I need to turn this off again. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back and just go to the blues and change the blues again. I'm going to give her in the, and I'm going to finish this file, this thing by giving her a green sweater. There you go. And maybe in that blue, there was some magenta because it was purple, right? So if I go target the magentas, click the magentas, maybe I can get the magentas to change a little bit. So then that green goes from turquoise to olive, stuff like that. So the tone of the green is changing a little bit. It's always based on the original color. Okay. The original color of the sweater, not the sweater, not the color of the sweater that I ended up with now. All right. So now we have two different alterations of this image, and I can turn both of these eyeballs off. And I'm left with, I had given it more vibrance, and I also changed its color. So they both feed upon each other. If I had only turned the hue saturation on, it would have given it a dull green, but the vibrance is making the green be more vibrant, be more intense, more saturated. So they both affect each other, and both of them affect this one. All right. Any questions? All right, this is called an adjustment layer. 99% of the changes that we make in Photoshop that can be masked and that can be sorry, I muted myself to tell my kids to keep their voices down because they walked into the living room and I could hear them. So anyway, so here we have a layered file now. No matter what changes we did, we could have made, as I said, a huge change where she could be actually staring out of the edge of a railing of this, the Grand Canyon, or all we did is add a little bit of color and oomph to her sweater. Whatever change we made, it made it in a layered mode. So now we have to save this file. And I don't want to flatten it to forever make her sweater green or whatever color you guys chose to make it. I want to keep those layers so that I can open this file tomorrow or 2 months from now or 2 years from now and go, oh, well, I'd rather make her sweater pink, right? So you don't want to flatten it because if you flatten it, you have changed that color forever. So I am going to have to save it as a Photoshop file, which is a layered file instead of a JPEG. I'm going to say File, Save As. And it looks a little bit different if you're on a Mac and a PC. Right now, I'm demonstrating this on a PC. This is a pretty important question. Do you want to save it to your Creative Cloud or to save it to your computer? So let me tell you what the difference is. If you save it on your Creative Cloud, you are using part of that space that your subscription gives you about 20 gigabytes free of Photoshop, of space on the Creative Cloud, I'm sorry, where you can put your Photoshop files, your Illustrator files, all the files that you want in the world. You have about 20 gigabytes for free to put it up online. If you stop paying if you put all your files online and you stop paying your subscription, you'll lose access to all your files because they're living up there in the cloud. So that's one of the negatives. On the other hand, if you keep paying your subscription, after a while, you maybe fill up your 20 gigabytes, right? So my suggestion is, it's not that hard to fill up 20 gigabytes with photos and video. My suggestion is save the majority of your files on your computer and leave that cloud for things that we're going to use in the library. I'm going to teach you about the library later. A lot of you guys have taken this class before. Today I'm going over some of the very basics, but I'm going to kind of speed it up to teach you things I haven't taught you before by next week. So I'm going to be teaching about libraries, and that's a really good way to use those cloud spaces. Now, the other reason you might need to use the cloud is if you want to be able to open this file, say when you go to your daughter's house in New York and you open up the cloud, you'll be able to see your file from her house instead of having it sitting in your computer. That might be another reason to put things in the cloud. Or the third reason to put things in the cloud, I just got a snag on my clothes, might be if you are trying to collaborate with someone else. So say that, Krista and I are both working on this file together and we want to be able to have you see it or not. If I put it into the cloud, then I can invite you to edit the file or to look at it and to check it out yourself. And then we both work on it at the same time. Those are reasons to put it on the cloud. Unless you're doing that, I'm going to say save it on your computer. So let's click on save on your computer. And now it's going to ask us, where should we save this file? VDI people. Okay, now I'm speaking for VDI people, which is about 4 of you in class. So this answer first is for VDI people. You have to go over to Google Drive. And then you have to go to My Drive because you cannot share things in shared drives. You have to share your files in My Drive. Okay, so double click My Drive. And that My Drive now is your drive. Okay, so for me, it's Diana's drive. For you, it's Krista's drive. For the next person, it's Gustavo's drive. And you can put your files in here. You can make a folder maybe. You can say create a new folder and put in your Photoshop class files. So I'm going to say fall to Photoshop. This is my second Photoshop class, and create that folder. I'm going to hit return there to create that folder. And then I'm going to just double click and put in here this Vibrance file, which is now called PSD. And instead of calling it Vibrance, I'm going to change the name from Vibrance to adjustment layers, because we use different ones. And maybe beginning, like, basics, adjustment layer basics. So that I have an idea of what it is that I've been working on today. And the main thing I wanted to show you that it is by default saving itself as a .psd, Photoshop document. That means it is conserving the layers. I'm going to go ahead and say save. Okay. And then it'll always ask you whether to maximize compatibility. And you always want to say yes. That means that you can open this file in many different versions of Photoshop, old and new. Say okay. Now for people who are not on VDI, I'm going to switch to this Photoshop here. If you're not on VDI and you say file save, and I'm going to go up here, file save. Is my Finder window showing you guys? Is it being shared? Okay, sometimes the pop-ups don't share. So I'm on a Mac in this case. So I'm going to go ahead and ask it to save in the same. Oh, I didn't do my changes in this one, sorry. So it was trying to save. So I'm going to go in here and give it a, I'm going to just really quickly give it a Vibrance. I'm going to do really quickly just a Vibrance change. I have to do what I told us to do. The hue saturation, I'm going to target the blues, and I'm going to move this to being somewhat green. There you go. So that's my file. And now when I try to save it, and I say Control or Command S, or I go up to the top and I say file save, it will again force it to save it as a PSD. I'm going to go ahead and change the name up here if it's a Mac. I'm going to call this one adjustment layer basics. Okay. And then I'm going to file it in whatever format in the same folder that we took the files from. So in this case, these files came and are being offered to be saved in the same spot. So if you're on a PC or on a Mac, it doesn't matter. If you open it from the Photoshop class files, it'll save back into the Photoshop class files. So you're fine. It's only VDI people that have to change where it saves. It's in Photoshop format, say save. And then here's my maximize compatibility. And I'm going to say, yep, thank you. I want that. Say okay. And now at the top, I have a layered file, adjustment layer layered file, which is going to be able to be opened or closed as many times as I want. And I will always be able to keep adjusting this back and forth. If I go to my bridge now, I should see I called this one adjustment layer files. So because it's alphabetically ordered, it's now up at the front. It's like the first file before it was one of the last ones because it was called Vibrance. Had I kept the same name, they would have been sitting next to each other. But the difference that this is a JPEG file and this is a PSD file. But there's some other differences as well. The JPEG file was only a 1 megabyte file. All I changed was the color. I put some adjustment layers on it. That's all I did. But once I did that and added some layers to it, the file now is 12 megabytes. Okay. So adjustment layers occupy quite a bit of space. It went from 1 megabyte to 12 megabytes. But mainly it's not so much because of adjustment layers. It's just that the JPEG file was a compressed file. Once you open it up and save it as a PSD, a lot of that is kind of like expands, you know, the bad effects of the compression are still there. But the file itself has more space to breathe and all those pixels expand. And so now you have a 12 megabyte file, whereas behind you had one megabyte file, right? But it's important to remember that this now becomes the master. When I say master, I'm going to consider that any changes that keep being made always going to be made to this file. And then later from here, we're going to keep talking about what I began today's class saying, well, what do I convert this into? Do I want to convert it into a file that's going to go to the web? Do I convert it into a file that's going to be 2 by 3 wallet? Is it gonna be the main image of my brochure? Like, what am I gonna do with it? And that is the decision I'll make when I'm gonna go put it in. Depending on what the output, what the final file is gonna be, I'm gonna then create a new JPEG that fits just that one purpose, is what I'm trying to say, okay? Gustavo, your hand was up for a while. I don't know, you just brought your hand down. Was that a question that I ignored, or
Está bien, gracias.
you got the answer? Okay,
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
because you're on VDI, so I thought maybe saving. Krista, were you able to save the file on your VDI?
I guess my question was, my adjustment layer isn't showing up the way yours is here. Is that just because I'm on the VDI?
No, because I've been doing all of this work on VDI, so no, it should be showing up. So do you want to share your screen and show me what you're seeing?
Maybe I'll try to refresh it and see.
No,
that's
don't
Oh.
refresh VDI.
Okay.
Sorry that I stopped you so urgently. VDI doesn't, refreshing messes up your VDI. Go ahead and share your screen, and it's the only thing you shouldn't refresh, because then the whole thing signs out and signs you in and it's a mess. So go ahead and share your screen for a second so that I can try to get a gander at what's happening without messing up. Now, the rest of you guys, the reason I reacted so violently is VDI is something that happens online, and most of the times when you refresh, it's a good idea, but not when you're on VDI. So can you go over to Photoshop? Or you were saying your file is not showing up here.
Right,
Okay,
in this
okay.
part.
Yeah, no, okay, that one's an easy answer. Thank you. I thought you were saying that your adjustment layers weren't showing up. Your file with the adjustment layers, your PSD file isn't showing up. And remember that the set of folders here came from your shared drive that are my files. And I told you to save yours in your My Drive, right?
Okay.
So it's a little bit confusing, but I'm going to go ahead and anyone who's on VDI, who's left, where's Anne? Is Anne gone? Yeah, I think Anne is not here right now. Yeah, so who else is on VDI? Gustavo, Linda, maybe Diane and Anne. I'm going to have you guys copy these photos onto My Drive so that you can save into the same folder, so that you don't have the problem that's happening in here. Right now, this folder is the shared class. If you look up at the top, let me
Do you want me to stop sharing?
Sure, why don't we, it's probably easier if you do it as I direct you, because you have a cleaner set of files. Go up to the top, move your mouse so I can find your mouse. There you go. So see how it says desktop, this PC, Google Drive, the whole path? Yeah. So
Yes.
go ahead and click again, one back to Photoshop Shared Drive.
Okay.
So this folder here on the bottom, right under your mouse, that's the folder that has all the class files. Go ahead and right click and copy that folder. Say copy. Okay, so this is for anyone else who's on VDI. Copy that folder from the shared drive. This is only 4 of you guys. And Anne, who looks like she dropped out of the class early, she had told me she had to leave. Go ahead and click on that, right click copy. Now, on the left side, let's go to this PC. Go back to Google Drive, which is like your 4th icon. Double click. And now instead of going into the shared drives, go into My Drive. All right. So now in your My Drive, you had made a folder called Photoshop Tabs. I just told you to do that. That's where your other files are. Let's just ignore that. Go into this neutral gray area and do a right click and say paste.
Okay.
And it's copying your files from my shared drive into your My Drive. I was avoiding this a little bit because I told you I'm going to add some files, but that's okay. We can just do this now. And now, what I want you to do is I want you to go and get rid of that little shortcut that I had made you do on the left side under the favorites, because that one takes you to the shared class files. So down at the bottom, right click and remove that one. Yeah, because that takes you to the shared class files. Yeah. remove from
Okay.
favorites. Now go back to this PC
Mhm.
and go to Google Drive and My Drive again. And now let's grab this fall Photoshop class files and drag it out to the favorites. And now you're operating on your own folder on your own drive. So now you can save to your own drive. So the file that you saved in this other Photoshop files, you can put it in here and now they'll show up together. And now all your files will be in the same place. You don't have to operate from the shared drives anymore. So, yeah, so go up to Photoshop files, open it up, which is the second folder in. This is
Okay.
just file management. I should have done this before you saved. This is the one that you just made. Okay, adjustment layers. Right click and cut.
Okay.
So we're going to get out of here, go back on the left to Photoshop Fall Class Files and double click that one. Yep. And then just paste it in here, right in some neutral area, right click paste. And there you go. So now you have your files in the same spot and you can ignore the other folder. And so now you're fine. Does anyone else who's on VDI need some help with this that I just
Thank
did with
you.
her? You're welcome. Yeah, it's easier to just tell you what to do.
I don't know that I can do that. This is Diane.
Yeah. You know what, Diane? Since you're not doing this anyway right now because you didn't have your computer, next
Mhm.
time you do it, I'll have you do it directly the right way, like I did with Krista, and then you won't have to go back and forth and do it. It's much easier to save it. Just right now, I went the roundabout way with her, but you're
Okay.
gonna do it next week.
Okay.
So I'll just set you up with just the shared drive. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
And Linda, you won't have to worry because you're going to have your own files. So you need to download the class files to your computer. So you won't have this issue either. Who else? Linda, you already know how to do that, right? You've done that in the past. And
Which Linda?
sorry, Linda Kennan. Oh, you're right. I said Linda before and it was Linda. How do you pronounce your name? Linda Hawk?
Yeah, that's close
Hauk.
enough. Hawk, either one.
Hauk. Okay. So Linda Hauk versus Linda Kennan. Sorry. Linda Kennan, who has been tempting me with that cinnamon roll from the beginning, which by the way, you guys, she painted that. This is her art. Okay.
Oh.
This is awesome. So that cinnamon roll that she's putting there, that's Linda Kennan. She's on VDI. You know how to, do you know how to do what I just did for Krista, I think?
I'm gonna have to look at the video, I think, but that's okay.
I can help you with that. But basically, you want you to copy the shared drives and put it in the copy drive. So here's the deal. Stop for a minute. We're about 4 minutes left to class. Class ends at 4:45. I need to let Linda Hauk know, and anyone else who joined us later, like maybe Lisa Douglas. Who else joined us a little bit later? Anyway, here's the deal. I had a request to see if we could move the class to start instead of at 1 to 4:45. I requested if it was the same for everyone, if we could start at 1:15 to 5 p.m. In the future, because I teach another class that finishes at 12:45, and that was giving me only 15 minutes break, which wasn't enough to have lunch, especially because I stay behind answering questions. So everyone who was at that time in class voted, and we voted yes for that. So the rest of you, if you came in later, I'm sorry you didn't get a say, but basically we're going to start next week at 1:15, finish at 5. So 15 minutes later. Okay, I'll send you a reminder of that when I send you the reminder email. Today, though, the class is finishing at 4:45, which means it's going to be over in 3 minutes. So I want to reserve a little bit of time to help people who are on VDI, because people who are the first time they use VDI, they're going to need to back out in a way that doesn't like corrupt their files. So I'm going to do that step-by-step thing. The rest of you guys who are not on VDI are people who pretty much have taken this class before. You basically know that you just kind of have your own files, you save, you close Photoshop, you're done. The only ones that have an issue with the closing is the VDI people. So is there any question? Just know, those of you who came here today and saw a lot of stuff that you already know, don't worry, I'm moving towards a new path. I'm going to be showing you some new tools next week that also work for beginners, but that give you guys some fun new stuff to learn. But let me know if you have any questions. Post this this new sweater color in the Padlet. Okay, so go do a quick little, let me do a little. So hang on, VDI people. Krista, please don't sign out yet, because I do need to do this. So go ahead and do do screenshots of this plus your layers where you did your adjustment layers, and then go ahead and post this onto the Padlet, which Linda, you'll see later that we're creating a Padlet where you guys are going to be posting the class files. So Vera already posted her image of today's file. If possible, go ahead and also capture in your screenshot, capture the layers, so that when you have a question, or if something is or isn't working, then I'll know what to say, because I can look at your screenshot and I'll be able to see why it is that it did or didn't work. So here I'm posting mine, and see how I added, I'm going to go ahead and say I've added the layers right there, see? So that I can then look in here and see that, oh, those are the adjustment layers that we used. And then if you have a question, I can go, well, it looks like this is missing or that is missing. So when you guys post your classwork, do your best to capture the layers or the filters or whatever it is that we're using, okay? So that's my request for everyone. Else, I'm going to stop my share, and goodbye to everyone who is not on VDI. Linda, hang out a little bit more. Linda Hauk, hang out a little bit more so I can talk to you to tell you how to catch up. Everyone else, be ready next Friday at 1:15, and we're going to be doing some fun new stuff. Up until then, goodbye. But now, VDI people, hang out, especially if you're new. I'm going to show you how to back out. So what I mean by back out, if you just close VDI right now, your files can easily get corrupted. So now I'm sharing my VDI right now.
I'm sorry, Diana, it's Krista. I can't seem to copy my the Photoshop to put it onto that, gosh, Padlet. So I mean, I've been trying the copy. I did the snip and I did the copy, but it's not showing up.
Saving.
So.
Gustavo was having that issue. Give me a second. I think what you need to do is just do it not on VDI, but do your screenshot on your regular window. Let me let's see, but the thing is that I am on you're on a Mac, right? No,
I'm on a
you're sorry.
PC.
You're obviously,
Okay.
I just misspoke. You're on a PC, which is why this is
okay.
happening. So when you're on a PC, let me stop my share. Can you share your screen again? But can you share your entire desktop right now? Like at the top, make sure that it says desktop when you share, because I want to make a distinction of what we're going to be sharing.
See.
And Gustavo's still here, and he's the one who managed to troubleshoot this last time. So maybe you can give us a hand.
I can share this, but I mean.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Oh, you're sharing just the snipping tool, which is not going to help me. Close out of the snipping tool. Go ahead and go to the top. Go ahead and when you say share screen, it gives you windows at the top that tell you which one to share. Choose the one that's most top left that says entire desktop. Choose that one. Choose desktop. There you go. Let's see. Is that? Yeah. Now, the reason I wanted this is because now I'm seeing your at the very bottom, I am seeing your browser. You have Windows 11?
I'm not really sure, I guess.
Yeah, I believe you have Windows 11. It's like you have two taskbars. You see the bottom taskbar and the top taskbar. So when you use the type here to search that's in there, that's your VDI browser. See what I mean? That white one. So then you had to do all of that stuff inside of VDI. So instead of doing that, go to the bottom bar, okay, down there at the bottom one, click down there where it says yeah, say start from there.
Mm-hmm.
And in here, let's see if we can go to the S to see if we can find a snipping tool. Go all the way to the S there, Skype settings, snip and
Snip
sketch,
and
there it
sketch.
is. Now this one is your computer snip and sketch, okay, not the VDI one.
Yeah.
Got it. So
Right.
when this one opens, it says, okay, go click on say new at the top, like it's telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Now capture whatever it is that you need to capture.
Okay.
Right? Cool. And then when you save this one, okay,
I'll have to do that again.
I
Sorry.
know. No, it saved it. This is it. This
Yeah,
is the
but
snip.
we were supposed to show you our layers, and now I have.
Oh, you have me in there. That's okay. That's okay. You can do it again later, but just for now, you can go
Okay.
ahead and save this one. And to save it on the kind of where it said new on the left, on the right, you have like a little icon of an old heart. Now move to the right, move all the way to the right. And keep going to the right.
I
keep
have to
going.
move. I can't see it with all my stuff
Oh,
on there.
I'm sorry. Or maybe you can just do a control S if it has a shortcut. There we go. So on the, see the little heart floppy disk? There you go. Now put that one on your computer's desktop. That's your real computer's desktop. Later
Yeah.
then you can get rid of it or say save or
Okay.
like
Yeah.
that. The idea is to never keep screenshots. Now you can close that because it's been saved.
Okay. I
Okay.
think that's closing it. It's like
From the far right, there's an X again. It's yeah.
yeah, I just
It
can't.
just, it's a little bit, it's weird with I think on
Stop
on
share
the Mac.
so I can
Yeah.
close it out there. Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. The Windows 11 operates differently, and I don't have it memorized. I have memorized so many different things, but not the Windows 11 open and close. All right.
Okay.
So now you have it on your real desktop. So now when you click
Okay.
on the link for the Padlet that I give you here, it'll open it not in VDI, but it'll open it in. So if you go to the chat, I posted the Padlet link. That's opening up your real computer, and you post from your real desktop. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you can go to your desktop and delete that one because these are kind of throwaway images. So just make sure to always open up the snip and sketch from your personal
Okay.
computer, not the one
That
from
makes
VDI.
sense.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So now hang on because I need to still show you how to get rid of your how to close up your VDI. Okay.
Mhm.
So this applies to the other people who are in class already know how to handle their VDI. Diane is new to this, and you are new to this, and Anne, who is gone. So first we're going to close our file. I'm done. I saved it, so I can click on this little guy and close it. It wants to keep telling me what's new. It's okay. Close that. And I'm going to close Photoshop. So I'll go up here to the very top, and I'm going to close Photoshop as well from there. I'm going to close Bridge. I don't need, so try to leave it very tidy, like close all your applications instead of just like leaving, because otherwise when you open them up next time. Now here's the important thing. We need to sign out of your Google Drive, that one that you signed in. If you don't do this one last step, the next time you sign in, you're going to have corrupt files. So head down to this little bottom arrow, click on that, and choose this little Google Drive icon and open up your Google Drive. Let me know. Give me a yes when you're there.
Can you show that again?
Yeah.
I'm
So
finding it.
did you close Bridge and
Yes.
Photoshop?
Mhm.
Okay. So then bottom right, this little tab black, okay, the VDI one, not your real one.
Okay. I
Click on
see.
that little arrow there, and then you'll see your Google Drive.
Okay.
Bye, Vera. Thank you. Now you'll see this little window
Mhm.
and go to the Gears preferences. And then Gears again, disconnect account. So I'm going to do that again. You go to the Gears, you open up Google, Gears, preferences, Gears, disconnect account. It'll become like click, 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 click. You won't notice it later. It seems like a lot of steps, but now in a minute, you'll get this good old sign in again to Google, that thing that we got at the beginning. And that's what you want. There it is. It appears. You've signed out of Google Drive. So when you open VDI again next time, you'll be met with this and you'll sign in again. And then your files will be refreshed and not corrupted. So this is the crucial portion. Now, to leave the rest of this, we need to close out. So go up to the Apple icon. Again, the VDI one, not your real one. Click on this little power setting, click on that and say shut down. So first it's it's like I'm turning off my school computer, basically is what I'm doing right now. I've been disconnected from the school. And now I go up here to Horizon, go to the final icon, and then click on that one and say log out of my VDI application that allowed me to connect to school. Okay.
Can you
Mhm.
show me the shutdown again? Because mine didn't come up.
Yeah,
When I,
since I shut down, I
Yeah,
can't, but actually
okay.
go to the Apple, sorry, go to the little window and right
Yeah.
above the window, the first thing that says is power.
yeah,
Click
okay.
on power and there you'll see the shutdown. Do you see it?
Yep, got
Okay.
it. Thanks.
Then you'll be in this window that's a little bit like nothingness, like you're in middle of nowhere. And you shut down your windows once it shuts down because it does a little thing. And then you go up here to Horizon and you log out of the VDI.
Hmm.
Top right, you want to log out of the Horizon connection, you say okay. And then you'll end up in the same one, the one we started in. I have I'm going to send you all an email. I have a video that shows you basically the on and off ramp of VDI, and practice it a few times and it'll become second nature. It's right, Linda, Linda Kennan, who does this all the time. You just basically get to the point where it's just like, oh, da, 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 da. It's like 5 steps to get on, 5 steps to get off. The first time you do it, you think, oh my God, how am I going to remember? And it just becomes second nature. But it is better if you have a chance to practice it during the week. Do it enough times that you just kind of don't have to think about it anymore. You're going to have enough to think about with Photoshop. Try to get this one under your belt over this week. And I have that video where I show you the steps so that you don't have to, consider it. And by the way, next Friday, if you need help with this again, I'll help you enough times until you're comfy with it. Okay, so don't think that I won't help you with this anymore. But yeah, that's all it takes. Now you're completely safe and signed out. If you need to sign in to do work during the week at any point, you need to keep remembering that the important thing is to sign out of Google Drive at the end. The rest will still kind of suffice if you close the tab too soon. But if you don't close out of Google Drive, your files will not eternally corrupted. You'll just have to disconnect and connect again, and then they'll be fine. But they'll look and they'll say they're corrupted. And it's because you need to refresh your Google Drive. It's not like you will corrupt them, that you'll ruin them. Don't worry about that. They'll just need to be reconnected. Too much detail. Well, you'll see as we go along. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So nice to meet you, Krista. Nice to meet you, Diane.
Is,
I'm gonna,
do you have time for just a couple of quick questions?
yeah, I know that I had to answer you a couple questions, and I need to talk to Linda Haug for a couple of questions too. Okay. So
Okay,
the
good.
rest of you guys, have a great weekend, have some fun, put on some bright pink hair, and I'll see you next week. I think you two students who are new next week, you'll go, oh, they changed my teacher. You won't recognize me. All right. So Diane, let me finish with Diane first, because I had told her originally to wait until the end. So yeah, so
Here's my questions.
Mhm.
Thank you for the class, for one. I appreciate
you're
it very
welcome.
much. I think you should wear that wig as often as possible. It's really
I
charming.
know, I love it.
It's really fun.
My curly hair underneath is like,
Yeah, it's,
oh, my curls. Anyway, yes,
the color's great.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the pipeline password, how do I go about getting that?
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So, oh, I forgot to stop my share. So since I didn't stop my share, let me show you again. You might want to try signing in to Pipeline on your own by, when you go here and you don't remember your password, the first thing you might want to do is go to forgot username or password right there.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you do that, one of the things it's going to ask you though, did you see the pop-up? Is it sharing the pop-up or not?
nothing else is above that
Okay, all
box.
right, so let me reshare because the pop-ups don't sometimes share themselves.
Does
So
it ask
this, yeah, no,
questions?
no, it's okay. Here it is. So this will come up and it'll ask you first name, last name, da, 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 da. And where you might be in okay or in trouble is this one, the last 4 digits of approved ID. Because this number
Mhm.
could be your social security number. And so
Okay.
you're lucky.
Mhm.
But if instead it happens to be your SSAN or your Lumens ID or your CCID, you'll have no idea what that number is, right? And that's because people who had accounts from before, anyway, it's a long story.
Could it be your student ID,
Mhm.
the last 4 numbers of that?
It is, no, it is not your student ID.
Okay.
It is a number that only people who work in the front office
Mm,
can give you. It's bizarre. They're trying to change the whole system, but that number, the 4 digits of a pro ID, if you put in your last 4 digits of your social security and then say look up and it works, you're like one of the few, you're in luck. If it doesn't work, you definitely need to call the front office, which in the email I sent you, you have all the numbers down there, and say, I'm looking for the last 4 digits of approved ID for my number. They research something that only they know, and they
Okay.
give you a number and you put it in there. You never need that number for anything else other than to recover your password. It's bizarre,
okay.
absolutely bizarre system. So if that doesn't work, if your social security number doesn't work, you need to get that number given to you by a city college employee.
Okay.
And so the only people who can help you are people from the front office, or at most people from that tech support that I told you. I believe they can look it up too. I'm not sure, but for sure, people from the front office phone number for adult education, that's in my email, that number. And I'm going to go to my email to show you which one I'm talking about in the emails where
Oh, I looked through your email and I saw those phone numbers. I actually
saw
tried to call them
number,
today, but they were
yeah.
closed. Yeah.
So where
Yeah, the tech numbers, I saw them in the email.
okay, you saw them in
Yeah,
the email, but
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking to Linda in case Linda has a question about it later. I'm trying to find that email. My goodness, I sent it so many times today. Oh, Linda, I sent it to you a few minutes ago. So at the very bottom of that email, here it says, if you need issues, then use SBCC tech support for students. They might be able to help you, okay, or not. Oh, but I'm noticing that I did not put, I don't have the front office phone. I'm glad I'm reading this email. No. All right, these numbers might work, but they might not work. How funny. Ask them. This number might work to give you those 4 numbers. If not, you need to call the front office. I'm going to send an email with that information. I'm going to send an email with information, but I won't send it until tomorrow. Otherwise, for sure, this one's correct. The Students Tech Support Session is a Zoom link. Once you're not Zooming with me, and Monday through Thursday, because Friday they're closed, click on this link and it's a link to a Zoom where a student tech support will say, oh, what do you need? Oh, you need help with this. Oh, you need help with that. And as me talking to you, they'll help you. Okay. They might also have that number. I know that the front people in the office staff have it. I don't know if these tech support students have that number, but they are supposed to help you with Pipeline. This link on Zoom, they're supposed to help you with Pipeline. So if it's a Pipeline issue, I think it's easier to do a Zoom than to call, because you don't know who's going to answer the phone versus when the Zoom is only answered by people who know how to help you with Pipeline.
Okay.
So this is for other admission questions and stuff, but for sure this will help you with Pipeline. Try them both, but if you can Zoom, I trust this one more. I'm going to send an email to everyone with the recording of the first class, with some of this information, and I'm gonna make a point of putting that front office number that gives you the recovery password magic mystery for numbers.
Okay, great. At the beginning of class, I told you that I got a new computer
Yeah.
and that I haven't set it up. I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. And you said you would tell me something about that later. Is there
Oh,
some?
yeah. I'm teaching a whole bunch of, I teach all the Mac classes. I teach people how to handle their Macs, all their Apple devices, all that kind of stuff. So if you need to know, if you need help with your new computer, like if you want to know how to set it up, how to create it, all of that,
Yes.
I am teaching those classes. Wow, I have something on my desk that's getting caught on my t-shirt. I'm teaching those classes Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9 a.m. to 12:15 a.m. And it's a series of 3 classes, and I'm in the middle of the middle class. But it's kind of sequential. If you need to know more, you can then go back and take the first one. So what I was saying is that if you have the chance, if that schedule works for you, join our Mac classes, because if you have a new computer on your hand, you'll probably have a lot of questions. Otherwise, in spring, I'll teach them again. But anyway, let me look at what the schedule is.
Well, on the Thursday, I have a class in the morning. I could do the Tuesday morning, but not the Thursday.
Yeah, well, it's a Tuesday, Thursday thing, so you can do half the class, so to say. Let me log in to see if I can get the schedule. Give me a second here. Fall 22 minimum credit. Sakio, here we go. So here, these are, and they're called Introduction to the Macintosh, Intro to Mac Level 1, Intro to Mac Level 2. These are all being taught sequentially. So from 9 to 12, when the other one starts, when one finishes, the other one starts. But they are twice a week. So right now we're kind of in the middle of this second one, but we still have this one to go. If you set up your computer and you have questions about it, just join one of these classes. We still, I believe, have a spot or 2 left. I'm not sure. Here's 27.
Which would you recommend for me? Because I'm pretty new to it.
Yeah, well, I recommend that you take whichever one's available now, and then when you next time back up and take the other 2 or the missing, you know what I mean? Because all of them are necessary. I tackle different areas, as you know, so you might want to know something that I teach in there, but I won't teach that until spring because I already taught it 2 weeks ago. But you can learn what I teach you in this one. It's not levels as in advanced or beginners. It's more like one talks about all the iCloud stuff, the other about file management, the other about system settings and preferences and that kind of thing. So so whenever you can. Right now I'm in the last week of this one, of Mac Level 1. So it's 6 classes and I've got 2 left to go next week. If you can only join one of them, because you can only do Tuesdays, and you might as well wait and join us for Mac Level 2. Which is going to go from November 8th to November 29th. Again, it's 3 weeks. This one actually spans 4 weeks because Thanksgiving falls in the middle, but it's actually, otherwise it's 6 classes in 3 weeks. So here's the code. Which one have space? I guess this CRN still has space. The other one.
Can you read me the CRN?
Yeah. There you go. It's 44263.
Perfect. Thank you.
To Mac Level 2. And yeah, so we've been like the intro to the Mac, we did a lot of work with the setup and that kind of stuff, but there's people still ask questions in between for all those classes. And then there's one more Mac class, which is called iLife, where I teach you how to handle all the photos and organization and stuff like that. Anyway,
I have one more question if Linda can bear with me.
Yeah, one last one, and then I want to move over to Linda. Yeah.
Okay, so the computer that I got is a 13-inch screen, and I love photography. I have so many pictures, and I've been wanting to do Photoshop for the longest time. But a friend of mine's husband told me that I should get a second screen to work from. He said I'll be constantly zooming in on images to do Photoshop. So that being the case, do you recommend a particular screen? It would have to be portable. I do a lot of house sitting and moving around, so
yeah,
it's, I can't have a giant screen somewhere because I'm going
Yeah.
here, there, and everywhere.
I take it with a grain of salt.
Oh, really?
I have 3 screens in front of me. If I turn this around, I have 3 screens in front of me. So I completely agree. I do editing, photo, video, whatever, and I need a lot of space. But that said, you got what you got. And if, yes, you can invest in a new screen, it would be kind of weird to invest in another small screen. But
why
you're
would
saying
you-
that you have to move around. Ideally, have one that's at least
Like
you
20
know,
inches?
20, 24 inches, I'd say, that you can still carry.
Okay.
23 inches, something like that. Because if you're going to invest in a screen to do this, at least you really want to see it well. He's not wrong. I
Yeah,
recommend having 2 screens because then you have something to see things better. But to learn and until you know what you want,
Mhm.
just use the one that you have.
Okay.
I'd say first figure out what your needs are before you put money down. I'm a teacher, whoever tells you go and get the newest and the bestest and whatever, because in the end, all you need is what you need. And if you discover that most important for you is portability, you'll get
Yeah.
a size, and then you'll discover, why did I bother spending on this? 2 more inches would have given me what I need, and you've already bought it. So yeah, I would say wait a minute, or go to the thrift store and get a cheap, nothing price screen for now. Try it out and see how that feels for you, and then you can get yourself a better screen.
Okay.
On the Macs, it's hard because Mac screens per se are that, they can be $1,000, so it's crazy. But other than that, the world of screens is there's so many. I have an Asus. I like ASUS. The Asus XP screen is pretty good. But then there's certain settings you want to make sure that it's color correct. If you're going to go professional and you're going to be like selling photos and you're going to be making a living off of your photos, you're really going to put a little bit of money into a screen. You're going to buy a color calibrator for your screen. You got to do a lot of work to make sure that those photos are well. If you're just doing them for yourself because you love it, maybe you don't need to be so crazy. If you're trying to make money out of it, you need to spend some money. I can look into a little bit. I haven't bought a screen in a while, so I really don't know. I know the brands, Asus is a good one.
What about ViewSonic? I've been looking them up and they're only like a couple of $100. Whereas if I got a 2-inch more laptop, it would have been $1,000, which is, I couldn't have done that, which is why I got the 13-inch laptop. And then
Yeah.
for the external monitor, I could spend
Yeah, I mean, I think that at first you shouldn't spend too much. At first you should find what size works for you.
Okay.
Within your budget, just about any screen at first will work. I have an external monitor that's really good, and I have another one that's cheap, and I just put my tools on that one, and then I use my good screen to see my colors, right? So you might end up noticing that your cheap screen is where you put your tools, and you use your 13-inch good screen as your main screen, but as long as you move everything else out onto the other one, it still works. It doesn't really matter which, way. But yeah, ideally you'd have a bigger one for your images. That said, to learn the program, to learn what your needs are, yeah, 13 is small, but it does the job. As I said, for this class, what you can do is you can go get a borrowed Chromebook so that you can use your entire 13 inches just for the class, and the Chromebook to watch me. So then that gives you your second screen for now, but it's not the same as having a big screen to operate and do your Photoshop. But yeah, later, Linda, see, because I told people they can get from the school a Chromebook so that at least you can use your entire 13-inch for this, or your iPad, right? That you're on right now as your second screen. So yeah, I'd say don't spend unnecessarily until you know your needs. Use Photoshop a little bit, see how you feel, or buy a cheap monitor. And don't invest in a good monitor, because $200 monitor is going to give you an cheapish. If you want good color because you're going to make money off of it, you might need to start spending quite a bit more than that, right? So you got to be careful.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you so much for today. I appreciate it. I know you've had a long day.
I know. I'm
Thank you.
ready to go. Bye. Thank you,
Okay.
Diane.
Thanks a lot. Bye. Thanks for your
Bye.
patience, Linda.
Oh, no problem. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, Linda.
Yes.
So,
My apologies
Uh,
for signing up so late, and then my account was on hold for some reason, so I had to get that cleared, but
well, either because you haven't taken a class in the last 6 months, or because you are in a credit class that a bill hasn't been paid, or you didn't drop a class at the draw, there's all these 25,000 different reasons why classes get held, and it's always,
yeah. Well, they cleared me up pretty quickly, so. that-
yeah. Well, I took a break and I saw your email and I sent it to you knowing that there's not like you could, learn that much today, but at least you could connect. As I said, tomorrow I'll send an email out where there's a link for today's first class. It was a little bit rambly at first because I had to, help different people. The first class is always like setup, admin. There's not much Photoshop in it, just the last bit. So you didn't miss much on the world of Photoshop. My most important thing is what's your, you said that you have Lightroom, you said?
I have Photoshop, I have Lightroom, and I downloaded Bridge, right?
Okay, great. Yeah, Bridge, perfect.
So that's on there just fine.
Okay,
I'm pretty comfortable with my Mac. I
Okay.
used Lightroom extensively. I use Photoshop
Okay.
mainly to just fix, pictures that need adjusting.
Beyond what Lightroom could do, yeah. Because it's, they're both great. They just do different things. So, and there's a lot of overlap too. So we're going to be using the raw engine in Photoshop, and you'll discover it's basically the same thing as Lightroom.
Okay.
But today's conversation of adjustment layers is where there's a bit of a difference between Lightroom and Photoshop, because then you start using the masking process, which I didn't talk about yet. And actually Lightroom is beginning to have some basic masking capabilities right now. That is pretty cool. It's nowhere near as extensive as Photoshop's, but before it had nothing. So it's amazing. It's really good, right? For people who are never gonna do Photoshop. That's pretty cool. All right, so that's good to know. See, I wanted to have an idea of where you were. If you were someone who was completely new from scratch, from zero, it would have been harder to say, oh, we'll just watch the recording, you'll catch up. But since you seem to be comfy with basically computers and Adobe Lightroom, although it's a different program, the fact that you're comfortable with one, that means that you'll probably transition easily to Photoshop.
I've been on Photoshop since Photoshop 1 version.
Me
So
too.
I have some early experience and then years of gap. And then I did I want to say his name was Burkhardt. Does that
Yeah,
sound?
Bruce. Yeah.
Okay, so I did a two weekend
Like the
crash
overview.
class with him. So I've done some masking and a few things.
Yeah, so the overview Photoshop class is like a little intro. Yeah. So that's great. I think you'll be fine. I don't even know, since you did join us for a little bit of this, I don't even know that you need to watch the recording. As I said, the first day, the first hour and a half to 2 was setting people up with VDI, showing people how to buy the applications, showing people how to get the deals, Mac, PC, all that kind of stuff. You have that handled. You've got your computer, you've got the applications, you've got the thing, you know how to do it. So I would venture to say that the only thing you need to know is how to get the class handouts. And I'm going to send in this email a video of just that portion. Okay. So watch for my email. Click on the video that teaches you how to access the class handouts, download the class files, and access them through Bridge, and then maybe go through the little last thing that we did, which is create a couple of adjustment layers and post them in Padlet. Because if you know how to get your class files, download your class files, screenshot, post on Padlet. That's what today's class was about, right? Which for some people that's huge and that's enormous, and for others it's like, okay, yawn, I did that 20 times, which you saw many of my students have done that. So once we start with new stuff, you'll be there. So yeah, if necessary, watch the last bit that you joined us for, maybe a little bit before that, to see the Photoshop portion. I did but yeah, you joined us when I was talking pixels and all that kind of stuff, which
Yeah.
That a lot of that is theoretical anyway, so it didn't matter. You didn't need Photoshop. So you'll be fine. You don't need to watch the full on beginning at all.
Okay,
You're all set. You're all set. So just get the class files and get Bridge going, find them and set them up, and then try the Padlet, which is probably new for you. Do a screenshot and post in Padlet.
okay,
Okay.
good.
That's it. And then next Friday, you'll be right on top of things with everyone. Email me if you have any questions, but
Yeah, and I know it's probably in the video, but asking questions in class, do we raise hand? Do we do it?
oh, that
chat?
is actually at the beginning of the video, you're right. But yeah, so first of all, sometimes you might have seen a lot of what I did today was review for a lot of people, so there were not many questions, but you'll see that people do. I spend a lot of time supporting people and making sure that people get their questions answered. So if you raise your hand, you kind of go to the top of the list. And so then when it's time to answer, I go that. But if it's something really pertinent to something I'm saying that otherwise isn't going to work and I'm moving on, then just speak up, right?
Okay.
But that works too. But if it's a question about, hey, now how if I do that, then, raise your hand for that. Another thing you'll notice is that it didn't happen at the end because I wasn't doing that. But at the beginning, I did it a lot where I'm trying to kind of poll the class. And I say, okay, who has a Mac? Who has a PC? Who has experience? Who does not? That kind of thing. So at the end, when I'm doing an assignment, I'll say, okay, if you're done, say yes. If you're not done, say no. I do that with the emoticons, the reactions.
Okay.
So do you know where those are?
I do, yeah.
So what I don't want you to use is, for example, you can use a thumbs up, but yeah, I like what you said, or you can laugh at what I said. But the laughter and all those things, they disappear in 3 seconds. So I need you to use the yes, the no, and the raise their hand. Those stay there. And then I look at the class and I see reds, greens. I kind of gander, see how the little laughter disappeared, but the yes stays there, right? So that's the only thing. When the whole class has to answer, we use the reactions. When it's a specific answer, sometimes I might say, okay, tell me how big your hard drive is. Okay, you need to write it in the chat, right? So when you arrive, you say a little hi in the chat, and then that's what I do the chat for, or for links like I used it. And then some people have actual questions or suggestions. Someone posted, you weren't here yet, but someone was posting for someone else about discounts for the Mac. If you're a student, you get discounts at the Apple Store, stuff like that. So we use the chat for that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's it. And feel free to ask questions. And I did say one more last thing, which is sharing your screen. Whenever people get stuck, sharing your screen is the best way for me to quickly unstick you, I guess is the word, and move forward. And a lot of people go, oh no, I don't want to bother, I don't want to share my screen. But like I just said today, once you're tight, you get really fast at it. If you're a Mac user, the first time you share your screen, you need to undo some permission stuff. You have a Mac, right?
Yes.
So can you go ahead and do that right now? Let's go through that right now without anyone else here.
Okay.
Do you see the big green square share screen button?
Yes.
Click on that one first.
Okay.
On the right side, there's a little button that says share that's blue with white letters. If it works, I'll see your screen. If it doesn't work, you'll see a menu that says something about system preferences. Are you seeing that one?
Yeah, it gives me.
Okay, good. All right, so go to system preferences, open system preferences.
Okay.
Now, down at the bottom left of the system preference, there's a lock. Click on the lock and type your password, your computer, the one that you use to open up your computer.
Okay. And
now click a check mark next to the word Zoom somewhere in the middle of your screen.
okay.
Now, when you try to close, it'll say something like now or later. Go ahead and say later.
Okay.
Okay. Now go back to Zoom and click share your screen. And then the second share. And now it should be fine. Perfect. Now I'm seeing your screen.
Okay.
Great. So that's it. Those are the steps that once you do it once, you don't need to do it again. Next time you share your screen, it's just share, 2 shares. That's it.
Okay.
And then I tell you what to do and you do it, you stop sharing and we move on. And it's really simple. So, okay, you're set.
All right.
Just get the class files, get some work on Padlet, and I'll see you next Friday.
All right, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
You
Take
too.
care with dark hair.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.